God damn it. Apparently music's on YouTube. Alright, how the fuck do we do this? Before the midnight claims everything I own. Fuck. Okay. It says it's on Audio Mixer 2. Oh. So it should be this, right? Okay. I have some settings to go through. Are we meant to hear the music on YouTube? No, no, no. No, you are not. Max, did you get an AMD CPU? Yeah, I have the let me get the actual let me get the specs. Let me get the specs for you. Uh, 5090. Uh, a overclocked AMD Ryzen 9950X3D. 64 gigs of RAM. 2 terabyte SSD. You get the point. Just good stuff, you know? Okay, we have a bigger problem though. I have to figure out my YouTube stream. So I'm pretty sure I have the settings right. It's like Twitch VOD track is 2. Copy profile. Yeah, I did. I must have fucked something up. I can look on my other PC, I guess. It's basically just this setting. There's like a OBS setting for my other like to stream to another platform. And I had it on Audio Mixer 2. Fuck, I might have to like restart it for this to actually do it. That sounds really annoying. I think what's happened since okay, so I don't update shit unless I need to, and I hadn't updated my OBS on my old computer for a really long time, and when I updated to the brand new OBS on my new computer, I think I used to do an old way of like the Twitch VOD track thing, and now it's a wait, bro. Is the fucking crackling gone? Oh my god. Oh. Oh my. Oh my god. Listen. Listen to the fucking. Oh my god. Dude. Everything's amazing now. Okay, I didn't even think about that. That doesn't make any sense. Because I heard static last night. Also, I've brought my old P. It wasn't my PC that was the problem because I brought that to the venue. I'm still hearing some shit like some fan noise. Well, yeah, that's a fan. That's You're supposed to hear that. Fuck, YouTube can hear sound, man. I have one thing I think might work. But I'd have to restart my YouTube stream. I'm pretty sure. And unfortunately, stopping and restarting your YouTube stream is like it's the most annoying thing of all time because it's YouTube, it treats each individual stream like an event. If you ever go offline and come back, it like restarts. Actually, that if I just do it instantly, I bet that won't happen. Here, let me try one thing. All right, YouTube. I'm stopping and starting you. Hopefully you don't go anywhere. Okay, YouTube, are we still here? Max, I've been playing Blue Protocol for the last 6 days, 13 hours a day. Yeah, I've been playing Blue Protocol every day as well. Game kind of owns. By the way, me and Dorky are... Gameplay in that game's actually pretty sick. I think it's my favorite, like, action combat MMO gameplay I've played. Okay, wait, so YouTube, you can hear me, right? Just double checking. I did like an instant restart and then start again. Okay, YouTube can hear me, even though apparently it's like super fucking delayed. Do I need to turn on like low latency mode or something? You guys are taking forever to respond. Maybe that's some setting I forgot to set. Okay, I'm gonna try to turn on music. And let me know what you hear. Do you hear music, YouTube? We have music. Okay. Well, god damn it. Alright, I'm gonna have to, what's your power in Blue Protocol? I think I'm like 10k. I haven't fully maxed out my stuff today, though. Fuck. Music's gone? Yeah, I know. I turned it off. Okay, maybe someone in here is a genius. I'm just gonna go live real quick. First of all, okay, so that works. You can see me. Camera's good. I went back to the old Shadowlands screen because it goes crazy. Okay, this is what I'm trying to show you right now. All right, OBS. I think I can show you this without fucking myself. Yeah. Here. So these are all the settings. So when I go into my actual like OBS settings, my VOD track is set to 2. Should it be audio mixer on 1? And then VOD track 2? On my old one, I could show you a picture of my old one, but my old one was like an older version of this plugin, and it worked correctly, and I copied all my settings exactly, but there was no VOD track setting. There was only an audio mixer setting. And if I set my audio mixer to 2, it worked. So if I like show you my streaming settings right now, this is how it used to be set up. the audio track is 1, and the Twitch VOD track is 2. And what I believe the Twitch VOD track is, yeah, basically the only one who would know, anyone that would know how to help me other than me troubleshooting this on my own, is someone who has also set up a dual streaming setup using this exact OBS plugin and is using the current setup and is not streaming their music to YouTube. Ah, man. I think I'm missing like an extra setting or something. I don't know. I copied my exact settings. I don't know why it's fucking working on my other one. Do you know what? I'm gonna fucking turn on my other PC right now and check. The ultimate solution. This is how we find out. Can you share the wallpaper? It's just type in like Shadowlands on Wallpaper Engine. That's all it is. Oh, why am I not getting a signal? Oh, there we go. Okay, opening up OBS. Other PC. Do I need to plug in my mouse or something? Yeah. Shadowlands was years ago? Yeah, but this wallpaper goes fucking insano style. My mouse isn't working for my other PC. That's good. Max, you have to set up multiple audio tracks for each stream. Example, audio 1 is what you want for Twitch, and audio 2 is what you want for VOD and YouTube without music. Yeah, I know. I've done all that before. I just... Maybe I missed a step somewhere when I redid it on this PC. I mean, obviously I did, or something. All weekend, I've just been playing Blue Protocol, and I've been playing Battlefield with the boys. Why is this not working? All right. Hell yeah. Replugging in the thing made it work. All right. OBS Studio. Run normally. Okay. So when I go down to YouTube... Okay, that's the issue. It's like... I'm not using any Twitch VOD track on it. It's just audio mixer is just set to 2. Because I'm using an older version that doesn't have a VOD track. An older OBS. But now it does have a VOD track. Well, how the fuck did I set that up? Because I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it on here. You guys can't see it, but my audio track is set to 1. But clearly I have some kind of... I just don't know where you configure this audio track thing. Like, that's clearly that was done on my old one, and it is not done here. Max, did you max your Imagines in Blue Protocol? Yeah, I have my 2 BIS Imagines maxed out, yeah. That gave me a ton of power. Max, are you still just running 3 screens? Yeah. Yeah, here's what my setup is like this. Same setup, except I did also unbox a new monitor that I got a while ago. Alienware sent me a 27-inch monitor that's like 340 FPS or something fucking goes crazy. Here's my monitor setup. I got one here. I got another one here. And I have a third one in portrait mode right here, which by the way is the GOAT setup. And then I game on this one. And the middle one. I don't know why I drew an arrow to it. And then I have a mounted TV on my wall up top. That is my streaming PC's. Like, if I want to actually look at my streaming PC, it's on there. Dude, how? I just don't understand how I set this up previously. There's like, it says Twitch VOD track, but there's no setup for Twitch VOD track. Oh. Someone in chat's cooking right now. Max, click the cog wheel on any audio source. Okay, wait. Cook? Choose advanced audio properties. Oh my god. My goat. I'm pretty sure this is exactly what I need to do. So on my other PC, all I have set up is everything goes to YouTube except for music. And then for some reason on my PC, I just didn't do that. Should take me 2 seconds to do this. W, close, modify. VOD track doesn't matter. Audio mixer 2. Okay. All right. Quick check. I might have to restart YouTube. Let me know if you hear music right now, YouTube. All right. Hell yeah. YouTube, it's already fixed. Dude, what a fucking my goat. Give him mod. But then that would fuck up my bit of only giving mod to scoundrels and villains who do stupid things. All right, I'll do it. Oh, no. There you go. Yeah. You're a mod forever now. You wanted to just give me some friendly advice, but now your job is to clean up the chat. Grats on the bird. All right. Okay, I can shut off my streaming PC now. Problem solved. So I set my audio track to 2, but unfortunately I didn't tell my audio track 2 what to do. Yerd? The reason why on YouTube I don't think the VOD track tech works is because I think YouTube is all a VOD, right? What you live stream becomes the VOD, where on Twitch, if you separate it, for example, the Twitch VOD track is relevant because you can actually send a different audio source to your VOD than you do to your live stream. But YouTube, it's all the same, so you just have to do an audio mixer. Frozen cam. Oh, dude, I do have a frozen cam. Why do I have a frozen cam? What's wrong? Okay, well, now it's just gone. That's cool. I guess I could turn it off and on. The old classic. The classic solution. No? I mean, I could re-add it. That's interesting. Let me see if it pulls up on my other apps. It is not. Okay, let's fix this. I don't know why it broke, but it did. Homie is like 3 minutes delayed in the chat for us. Need a new camera? Bro, you know how sad I would be if my camera blew up? I've been using this Sony a7 III for like, I mean, probably like 5 years or so. I mean, I'm pretty sure this camera is like one. This I love this camera. I would just probably buy another one of these, honestly. I mean, he's been nonstop recording images for 6 years, so maybe he did die. Let's see. All right. I'm just gonna. Oh, I've reappeared. I didn't even touch anything. I just showed up. Hey. All right. Okay, so I think I'm fully good. I need to kind of see what WoW looks like though. With my new X3D chip, although I probably won't be able to tell without being in combat. Keep cam off and get VTuber model. Did you get a big rig today, THD? Dude, I named mine. I think that's what I named my computer, actually. Let me see. What did I name it? Dude, I named my device. My device name is Super Rig. Woo! All right, 1 second. Let me. I gotta get a drink, get some caffeine, and do drugs. Be right back. Do any of you guys take melatonin to go to sleep, by the way? Alright, I've caught you. You're not supposed to do that. I've caught you. Nah, I do it too sometimes. I eat melatonin all day so I can live life on hard mode. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Just constantly producing that shit. Yeah, you're not supposed to take it because it's like literally taking a hormone. So it's like weird. Your body will stop producing as much if you're taking extra of it. So you don't produce as much naturally. You become dependent on it. All that stuff is bad. But it's nice every now and then to reset your schedule. I like how you can see the monitor blue light reflection on Max's face. Is that true? I mean, I guess I need some light anyway. I used to have like studio lighting up here, and then I brought it to a few races, and unfortunately that requires me to take it back and reset it back up. I mean, you already, yeah, I haven't done that. Dude, I used to take ZzzQuil if I ever really needed to like knock myself out, like especially during the race. But I took ZzzQuil for like a couple races in a row. And it worked just fine. And I can't use it during races anymore, and I don't know why. It's so weird, but I've developed restless leg syndrome from the ZzzQuil. Like if I take like just natty ZzzQuil, I just get restless leg syndrome for like an hour. And it sucks so bad. What do you do about your RLS? You just blow up. I don't think there's anything you can do about it. What is restless leg syndrome? It's when you're trying to go to sleep and you feel like you can't rest or sit still and you have to keep moving your legs. It's fucking terrible. Why do you think Blizzard isn't adding the Mage Tower back? Like, what reason could they possibly have? I mean, didn't they bring the Mage Tower back like recently? Like at least last couple years or something. I mean, it's weird. Like, I'm not saying they shouldn't have brought it back. I haven't really thought about it at all. I'm not even playing Legion Remix. I've heard it's really good though. If you have cool limited time things, if you keep bringing them back, they become less exclusive in limited time. Like there's a balance between that because I think like it's cool to bring stuff back every now and then. Like I thought it was cool they brought back the Mage Tower, but do I think they should bring it back every year? It kind of makes it, if you know that's going to happen, it makes it less like, oh, I have to go do this cool new thing they're bringing back. At least from their perspective, I can see why you wouldn't always just why not have everything out all the time? Then would be the argument, right? He wants the original skins, not the Mage Tower itself. Ah. Ian responded to that question in an interview. Yeah, that's actually kind of what I wanted to yap about today. I mean, I don't know if there was a good answer or not. Don't spoil me. But I saw like a Wowhead article saying like Ian Hazzikostas spoke about some raid shit in an interview. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to do that for a little bit and then play some Blue Protocol. And me and Dorky are going to get full bis. Dude, we need some gamers, by the way. The people that I know are playing. I know Stoops is playing. I know Saint Tone is playing. Mirez is playing. Dorky's playing. I know Mirez and Dorky and I are trying to find like a group of people to play with in that game. Is Blue Protocol actually good? Yeah, the combat in the game is fucking amazing. Dude, here's what I don't understand. I don't understand why they released that game without subclasses. Because as far as I can tell, like every class in the game has absolutely kindergarten horrible gameplay. And then and then once you unlock your subclass, they're just all goated. Like they're sick. But like you would have had to play 3 days into the game. You would have had to log in for 3 consecutive days to get to the point where the game's fun. I just have no idea why they decided to do that. FOMO shouldn't exist, period. I don't have a solution off the top of my head, but maybe all exclusives become obtainable after a set amount of time, so people have their bragging rights. It's not about bragging rights. What you just said like directly contradicts. Like, in a way, if you know that all this stuff becomes obtainable after a certain amount of time, then there isn't any hype about it. So maybe what Blizzard does is they know after a certain amount of time they will do that, or maybe they're open to it, but at the time, it is a limited time thing you can only get then. Because they want to drive hype, for sure, right? That's the thing. Those two things, like, contradict each other for sure. Fellowships in 3 days. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably play Fellowship a little bit. I need a group of I would play Fellowship more if I had a group. But I don't know if I have like a squad. I haven't cared enough to reach out and find anyone. I'll probably just game a little bit. Potty C Fellowship. Ooh, could do that. Speaking of that, guys, we have Potty C merch. This shit goes crazy. Look at this fucking hat. Look at this hat. The pixel swords, bro? Buy it now. Hashtag Potty C. Max, maybe I'm weird. Just seeing someone on an old rare mount randomly in Dornegal, it gives a sense of time, and it's cool, it's obtainable, it's unobtainable, and it shows their experience. I guess, yeah. But there's people who feel the opposite, where they're like, I want to be that guy. It's unfair that I don't have everything. Like, do you remember... Here's how you know you'll never win, like, a rational argument with WoW players about things. When Plunderstorm came out, there's these people that were PvPing, even though they hate it. They hated every minute they spent in Plunderstorm, but they had to do it because it had rewards. I mean, that sounds psycho, right? Like, they literally fucking hated it so much. They were constantly complaining about it, but they're like, okay, I guess I just have to run into the storm because I fucking hate this, because I need the rewards. It's like, just don't do it. You know? Just don't do it. But, like, it's just not rational thinking, right? You're not going to make a reasonable argument with people like that. We don't even own the games anymore. Why people want to own some pixels and cosmetics just to put it on a grind. If people want them, they can give it a shot. Well, we could own stuff if we put it on the blockchain. Oh, man. That was dude, honestly, I kind of miss that time in gaming. I miss when everyone was trying to make NFT games. That shit was so funny, man. It's so obviously bullshit, but like, it was fucking funny, man. It was a nice little grift. One of the OG grifts before grifting became mainstream. Like, I definitely don't think they should bring back super exclusive high skill rewards like Glad mounts and stuff. But Mage Tower appearances were not hard to get. Uh, I would argue they were hard to get for one reason and one reason alone. The market for selling and buying like account shared Mage Tower clears was like fucking unreal. Like it was crazy. Uh how many people were doing that. You could make the argument challenge mode wasn't even that hard to do. Go back and do it on Mop right now. I bet it's piss. Like super easy because it is. I sold actually so many of those things. They were very easy. You could do them with like 3 people, but people still bought them because people were bad. I think the idea that everyone gets everything is sort of tired. Like you have people losing it when time walking rate. Don't you guys get tired of this? Like every time it comes up, it's the same thing. There's just all these people screaming that they want all these rewards, and they're valid. Like here's someone saying, "Hey, this thing came out when I was 6, so I guess I can just never get it." If you're a collection person, that sucks. You're like, why? I didn't. What am I gonna do? I was a baby, you know. Um, and then there's people that are like everything should stay exclusive. Like no one's changing their minds, you know. It's the same thing. Like I don't know, man. Someone in YouTube chat says I can solo a +10. Why are people actually buying carries? All right. I'm going to tell you why. But I'm going to need to make sure you're sitting down for this. Because there's a lot of people that are really fucking bad. And maybe more importantly, because they can, because they don't have the time to, because they don't care that they're bad, they just want the thing. It doesn't interest them. They don't find it fun getting good at WoW. They don't care about that. But they do want that shiny, cool thing that comes from that thing that you would normally need to be good at WoW to get. It's just that. Lazy? I mean, they could be lazy. They could just want to spend their time doing other things, you know? Play some Blue Protocol and you'll see how the average gamers are. Bro, there's some fucking stinkers in that game. I actually wiped on a boss earlier. Dorky, are you boycotting Fellowship because they didn't give you a sponsored stream? But it sucks they ain't paying my ass. I think I have a sponsored stream for them sometime over the weekend. I'll probably play it a little bit. I would definitely play it more if I had a fucking squad. Get me in too. Tell them we can get a squad offer. I'll play that shit all weekend. I mean, so I'm pretty sure it's a Team Liquid affiliated sponsored stream with Fellowship. I'm pretty sure. Which you did fumble that. Let's all not forget. You fumbled so in a way you lost the sponsored stream yourself. Yeah, dude, imagine, dude. Dorky if he just signed on a dotted line, he would have just been a 4-time world first winner. That's actually insane. He just couldn't fucking sign. Couldn't do it. Although, to be fair, Dorky got hard baited because, okay, here's why he didn't sign. Because back then, there was these ad incentive program things that which Twitch was doing, which, by the way, I fucking called everything that happened with that. But these ad incentive deals were like crazy. They were paying you way above market rate to run ads. Basically, the bit was no one was at the time running ads on Twitch. Now everyone runs ads. You want to know why? Because these ad incentive deals flipped the script. If you went up to your chat and were like, guys, I normally don't play ads, but look at this offer. They're offering me this for 30 days. And it was so much money that their chat was like, go King, fucking, yeah, get fucking play those ads, make that money. And then it became normalized across the whole platform. And then what were they going to do over time once now chats were desensitized to ads because they're everywhere instead of just on a few channels? They now people were just like, well, I mean, even though the ad incentive deal is lower, it's now a significant portion of my income. I can't just stop playing ads. And that's why you now see ads everywhere. Honestly, it was pretty genius. But the reason Dorky didn't sign was the time he could have signed with this guild. Being a part of Team Liquid meant you were on your own Twitch contract, which meant that you could not get ad incentive deals. I mean, it's pretty obvious business-wise, right? When you were under Liquid's Twitch contract, you needed to run ads. That was a requirement, a certain amount of ads based on your contract. So why would they give you an incentive to run ads if you were already required to run them? They wouldn't. So you were not eligible for the ad incentive program. So Dorky basically didn't sign with TL because it meant that he would not get those offers. And I even tried telling him, bro. I told him these ad incentive offers were only temporary, but the Liquid thing is forever. I said that, or something like that. And I was right, bro. I was fucking right. That ad incentive program shit is gone. I don't know if it's gone, but it's like fucking piss compared to what it used to be. Is it too late for Dorky to sign with TL? I mean, he said no before, and we're very petty. So if you ever say no, it's a wrap. Nah, it's just out of need. Like back then we needed we needed a DK or a potential tank. I believe it was like basically we were recruiting Yips and him at the same time, and Dorky would have tanked if Shadow Priest was good, and Yips was gonna tank if DK DPS was good. And we picked up Yips, and now Yips has just been our tank ever since, so there's really not a need. I mean, it worked out. Yips is my goat. Dorky's like, forget all of that. Just get me a fellowship. What can I... Dude, can you imagine how stupid that would sound? Like, hey, Mr. Fellowship, I know you're sponsoring me, but... could you spare a sponsor for my friend, too? Tell them we're a squad and we're going for rank 1. Well, that could work. There's actually a lot of squads going hard. Yeah, I imagine. A lot of Mythic Plus Lords. Is there a Team Liquid squad for Fellowship? I don't know. I like YouTube because I know Max will never read what I write. Buddy. Can you reply on this website? Buddy. Bro, YouTube's entire personality is wah. Streamer doesn't read us wah. I mean, it is true. Oh, speaking of which, what was that news I saw where lurkers won't be counted as viewers anymore? Was that fake news? Did I get grifted? It's real? Okay. So let's talk about something then. 90%, around 90% of people in any chat would be qualified as a lurker, meaning they're never typing. They're watching. So my question would be, it sounds like it's fake news because I normally just randomly turning my stream on for less than an hour on a Tuesday I would not have what would be 10K viewers right now if they weren't counting lurkers. So like clearly they're counting some lurkers. There are not 1,700 of you chatting. You can tell when you do polls. Most people who vote in polls are people who would only chat. Lurkers don't vote in polls. That's why when you do a poll with 10K viewers, you get 300 responses or whatever. It's just how it works. So clearly it's not doing it. Like my view count is not less currently because of lurkers. Or I don't understand it. Or I don't know what the qualifications of lurking are. Oh, is my chat? Oh, my chat is working on stream. Nice. Max, it's not typing. It's to only have 2 streams open. The third doesn't get viewer count. It's to stop bots. Oh, so you know what that is going to affect? The Race to World first, right? Guys, we might be cooked. Is it more than 2 streams or exactly 2 streams? Because 2 streams is fine. There's only 2 streams. Okay, it's more than 2. Whoo! Oh, that's good news. That's good news. Because if it was more than 1 stream, like, for example, I don't know this for sure, but, like, on the last day of the most recent race, there was, like, 250K, 300K concurrent live viewers, which is fucking crazy, by the way. Is that, like... I mean, how many of those do you think are the same people? Because, like, my stream had, like, 80K. Liquid stream had 80K. Echo stream had, like, 100K. Gingy probably had, like, 20K. Scripe probably had... you know what I'm saying? Like, all I'm saying is... I don't know how many people, but... some of those people have multiple of those streams open at the same time. Do you know what I mean? That's the rule next race. You must have my stream open. And you can watch Echo, that's fine, but nothing else. No gooning, no Asian Bunny X. You're fucking up the view counts. Is it worth doing sponsored game streams with reduced viewership during those streams? I have no idea what you just asked me. Although I have thought about dropping him if I ever wanted to like ruin all my credibility, and if I ever just wanted to stop streaming forever, bro, it's just day one of the Race to World first. Everyone's ready to tune in, about to have like 50K plus viewers. Go live. I'm not playing WoW. Raid Shadow Legends. And I'm just spamming that link in chat, my dude. Just fucking going crazy on it with some slots in the corner. Double dip. Hot tub stream, same time. I'll fucking write your name on my ass with a Sharpie. And then never stream again, bro. Dude, I kind of forgot how long it takes to like set up a new PC. Like yesterday I was like, maybe I'll stream. I got my PC around 2. It took me until like 6 p.m. to like fully set up my PC, download everything, set up OBS. It took a while. I'm sure if I did it more often. Okay, Max, but you're not really good at it. I mean, yeah, I don't do it a lot, but yeah. I mean, a lot of it was just downloading games. Were the specs leaked? I mean, it's just like a top of the line thing right now. It's a 9950 X3D and a 5090. The rest of it doesn't really matter, but it's a lot of good stuff. Did the mic static noise issue get fixed? Here, let me pause my music. So you can hear like a little fan in the background because there is one. But you can kind of hear it, but it's like majorly reduced. But last night I heard it when I was setting up my PC. So I'm assuming it's going to come back at some point. So just be ready for that. Did you buy what? The PC? Or did Alienware give it to you? No, I just bought it. I guess I could have asked them to give me one, but I'm not sure if they would have given me what I wanted. They did give me a nice monitor, though. They got me the, let's see, Alienware. Alienware 27-inch 340 FPS. What is the actual model called? It's the AW2725DF. Yeah, that's it. 27-inch 1440p QHD OLED 360 hertz monitor. Oh, wow. It's actually hell on sale right now. Yeah, but when this came out, I had them send me one. By I had them, I meant like I asked Malia if they would give me one, and she was like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, just see if they'll give me one." And then she's like, "Okay," and then I did, and then they did. There's no like quota for that or anything. I think it's pretty much like you ask, and then like they just determine if you're important enough for them to want to do that, and then they did it. W. Wait, didn't Starforge sponsor the race? Fuck no. Fuck no, my guy. Max, do you put mayo on your eggs? All right, you're getting timed out for that. Think about what you type, bro. All right. Okay, so what were these Wowhead articles here? Oh, I need to sign in. I gotta approve this request to sign into Wowhead? All right, we're signed in. Okay. Oh wait, do I need to refilter everything? Because I'm on a new computer. I didn't even know you could do this until recently. You can go to Wowhead News, bro, and you can filter out all this other dog shit. It's just fucking gone. I'll keep Diablo in that shit though. Diablo owns crazy. Yeah. Sure. So unintended druid forms removed on the weekly reset. No more Sparkle Kitty and Werebear. I mean, I figured they were going to do this, right? It was given out by mistake, so they would be removed. So basically nothing happened. Huge Blizzard L. Is it a Blizzard L? I mean, it was just obviously a bug, right? Well, what's the L? That they accidentally let a bug happen and then... Not really. It was an obvious bug. I'm just so confused. I think what's happening... Yeah, so people were talking about it earlier in chat. People are just mad that there isn't Mage Tower in Remix. They wanted the Mage Tower rewards. But because they can't do that, and they were given a Mage Tower reward as, like, a bug, that, like, made them extra mad that they got it and then removed it. It's like, oh, you want this thing? All right, well, here's a little taste of it. I'm just kidding. Fuck you. That, like, that. So they were, like, already mad. Because I find it really hard to believe that you received... Okay, if you are someone who received the Druid appearance on your account, and then we're like... I was supposed to get this. They cannot take it away from me. You know, like, obviously, if you've played this game for more than, like, 5 minutes, you know that that was a bug. And I think it was publicly announced to be a bug, like, within a day of it happening. If you were like, if they ever take this away from me, I'm going to get mad. Like, obviously, they're going to take it away from you. Right? Surely nobody expected to actually be able to keep those forms. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, too. But let's look at the comments. Blizzard on the way for the biggest turnaround in history, from best company to all-time to worst. Yeah, they're just getting around to that, yeah. A mistake handed you guys a win. Yeah, a win being giving me something for free that I didn't. Yeah, I think that's literally it. I just think these are all Plunderstorm people. Right? The same people that were mad that there were extra rewards given in Plunderstorm because that meant they had to do something that they absolutely hated. Instead of, you know, just not doing that thing. AKA Stormies. Yeah. Fun Please kicked in. Maybe they'll give them to us one day, but only if you complete the Mage Tower. Well, yeah, isn't that the point? You do content and you get rewards for it. Like, these people don't really care about having to do anything for the content. They just, for the rewards, they just want the rewards. It's pretty one-dimensional. Someone should do a study on the mental state of anyone that chooses to post a comment to Wowhead. Just under any circumstances. Like, when you look under any post, It's just like the most unhappy people to ever live. They've never been in a good mood. You did once. Yeah, I did ironically post a Wowhead comment, but my head's fucked too. I'm right there with you. Huge upgrade system changes in midnight. Data mined crest changes. Here's our data mine's findings. Oh, so scaling upgrade costs. The upgrade costs will cost more. Oh, so I bet what this is going to do is they're not going to turbo boost anymore. Max rank upgrade costs 50 crests. Yeah, we're missing one very important piece of the puzzle. So with increased crest costs like this, there are absolutely going to be increased crest acquisition. Like you're going to be able to get more crests weekly and certainly get more than you do currently. Like the economy around crests would have to change. Because like the what crests are costing here are like, I mean, this is like, is this like 5x, 6x what a 1 to 6 costs currently? Like, there's literally no fucking way you're gonna get like you're gonna upgrade one piece of gear a week or something. That would be completely absurd, right? It's like 10x. Yeah, it might be 10x. Isn't this just to counter the removal of Valor Stones? No, I don't think those are related. It's 150 for 5 upgrades versus 75. Okay, so about a 2x. I mean, kind of, but you spend different crests to upgrade Hero Track versus Mythic Track now. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. So, number 5 and 6 of any individual tier will now no longer cost the next tier of upgrade, Matt, right? So you won't need to spend mythic tier crests on hero gear. There's two big changes to crests, the upgrade system. Each track line requires their respective crests. Yeah, and they now scale. This leads to an interesting overlap where 6 to 6 of a lower tier and higher tier meet. If you're looking to upgrade that item level, you could pay a massive 50 crest of the lower tier or pay a premium 10 crest of a higher tier. Okay. Yeah, here's the major unknowns. Like major unknowns. We don't know what the crest economy is like. I feel like until this is one of these posts where I've seen posts like this over the years, and almost the same thing happens almost every time. This is not a Blizzard post. This is not Blizzard posting how crests are going to work. This is someone data mining half of the available information of what you need to understand what kind of change they're actually making. The fact that we don't have this one line, we don't know what the crest economy is like. What you're doing is you're applying the amount of crest you're gaining right now, and you're trying to make it work with this, but you're just you're trying to figure out something that isn't what it is. You have no idea that that's the case or not. You're basically, as I think the simple way to put it is, you're potentially getting mad for no reason. So if people start talking about this, Blizzard might post it now versus whenever they would have posted it later. If it's being data mined, it means it's being actively implemented. But I mean, I feel, just me personally, upgrade cost changing without knowing the crest economy, you're just you just have half of the. It's like you see the Blizzard blue post for what this is going to be, but just half of the words were erased, like Thanos snapped, just at random, and you're trying to make sense of the article. It would be nonsense, right? You wouldn't be able to do it. That's what you're trying to do right now. W ad farming from Wowhead, though. I mean, I don't actually think this is... Wowhead has done some absolutely... Dude, the first week of alpha, Wowhead actually was causing violence in the streets over nothing. But this is something they should post about. This is interesting. It's just there's nothing to actually glean from... This basically says Blizzard's going to post some crest changes soon. That's what this article reads, which is kind of interesting, but trying to glean what they're going to post out of this is just like nonsense because you don't know what the crest economy is, so. Developing a world without add-ons. PC Gamer interview with Ian Hazzikostas. Let me get the actual... Oh my god, it's bright. Oh my god. 1 second. Oh, that's not the right extension. Where's Dark Reader? 1 second. Someone said, please pay for Dark Reader. No. On. Okay, we're good. Can we get some Q&A here? I want to see exactly what he said, but whatever. We'll just zoom in and fucking go for it. World of Warcraft director admits it's too hard without combat mods and explains how bosses will change at midnight. We're not going to turn all of our raid encounters into giant puzzles for people to solve. I mean, my guess for most of this was I don't think WoW raiding for most people is going to feel any different in raids. Because, like, at least for me, they could release 95% of raid content. And when I mean raid content, I don't necessarily mean bosses. I mean maybe all of the mechanics that exist. 95% of them in a Mythic raid are fair without add-ons. Maybe even higher. But there's some mechanics that are just absolutely not fair, but they're so rare. They're really noticeable, but they're so rare. Like, there's been, like, maybe 3 or 4 mechanics total in that in the past, like, 2 or 3 years. But they're awful. And they make you have to check your weak aura version, and it's terrible, right? But, like, most bosses are just, you know, I don't know, it's, I just feel like most bosses are going to feel the same. They just need to not make things like that. Now, what'll be interesting is how they handle an assignment type mechanic. Like, if we get a Brood Twister mechanic again, that could be fair. They just have to have less of them, or not make you Venn diagram, or give you 2 or 3 more seconds to actually get in position. All of those things could have made Brood Twister fairly reasonable without a weak aura, just not the amount of time or space they actually gave you, right? That's what I'm interested in. But most everything else, I feel like, just has to feel... I don't know if that's what he's going to say, but I think it's going to feel exactly the same. Because almost every mechanic is perfectly fine without a weak aura. What is it? Saying that from a perspective of a Race World First Raider is different compared to what sub Hall of Fame guilds can handle? Okay, I really don't... I understand that I have like a different perspective on the game, but I actually don't think that's true. Like think about what some mechanics are really hard, right? And what our guild, a perfect example of this is Rashok. Rashok was like a 5 to 7 pull boss for some Race World First guilds. But for other guilds, even months later, it was like a 30 and 40 pull boss because they just had to dodge lava blobs on the floor. Okay? No weak aura could ever help you on that fight. Irrelevant. Weak auras do nothing to help you dodge blobs better. And obviously, better guilds killed it faster. Not every mechanic, the reason why it's harder for lower ends is because of weak auras help them more or less or whatever. It's just some mechanics, most mechanics, weak auras don't really do anything for you. That's what I mean. It's not... Weak auras only help on specific mechanics that they make a lot because weak auras exist. But now they won't make those. So if you do a fight without them, it'll just feel like a normal WoW fight because most fights don't have them. Okay. I really, really would rather read this in a format where they ask questions and then he answers them. But I guess we're not doing that. World of Warcraft will strip away mods or add-ons with the ability to process information. We know that. In an exclusive interview, I'll just have to skim through this. If you're playing out of the box, no add-ons whatsoever, and trying to play the highest competitive levels, I do think that is too hard, he said, and I think consequently hardly anyone is attempting to do that. Yeah. Midnight aims to change that dynamic. Initially, the team focused on trying to limit the impact of combat-related mods, but soon realized it wasn't feasible to carve away bits of their functions, but the idea of taking away mods and weak auras' ability to read combat information swiftly required tweaks to nearly every part of the game's group activities. Yep, and we felt the fallout of that last week, 2 weeks ago. Speaking of that, I'm really interested in the build this week, which I don't believe we're getting today. I think it's tomorrow. Only that we got it on Wednesday last week, and we got it on Wednesday the week before, which makes me think that that's just the alpha day right now. But they did say that build specifically would have a lot more information for add-on writers, but I don't know if more information has been gotten since I've last heard that, which was literally last week. Encounters have become easier for players to read since add-ons couldn't give them simple instructions. Complex interactions and player abilities or buffs and debuffs that drove when they should fire off certain abilities were also rough to track with the base UI. Yeah, this is interesting. A lot of the class changes at Midnight haven't been in the works for years. Instead, they have popped up over the past few months. It feels like that. When we first began our conversation with the community around the philosophy about this, well, that's all well and good. Why are you doing it this early, though? Classes that require players to evaluate 4 separate variables. We want to see about the raid fights. You can skip all this. On the raid fight side, designers were well aware of what weak auras could do, so they avoided putting in mechanics that would be trivialized by those add-ons. Yeah, that's the main thing. I think this could potentially just make way better raid fights because I think Dratnos said this recently. If a boss designer came up with a fucking sick mechanic, and then one of his friends was like, dude, that's a goated mechanic, coolest thing, bro. But they're going to have a weak aura solve that entirely, and they're all going to hate it. And they're like, fuck. So they have to put in another mechanic, which limits the amount of things they can actually put in a fight a lot, right? So now fights can be a lot more varied, and they can add a lot more things because you can add those kind of mechanics, and those mechanics become fun and cool as long as they are not dominated by weak aura solving them. There's a few examples of this. What are some I could do off the top of my head? Fire-Ak P1. Fire-Ak P1, the circles that you had to spread in, the 3-person one, it went off too fast for you to bother doing a macro, so you just YOLO'd it. That was a good mechanic. Dimensius P2. The reverse gravities going on a melee, a healer, and a ranged. So you can just automatically be spread in your circle. That is a great example of a spread assignment type mechanic that is totally fair without add-ons. Let's see. Dexterity. on the fight side, dexterity, strength, and intellect. Dexterity is what we're going to ask you to dance category. He says, strength challenges opposed for a DPS or healing check, and intellect challenges you to react to a variable situation within a fight. There's a bomb on you and 4 other players. Where do you take it? Sure. Fyrakk P1 was also not punishing enough to require a perfect split, so it was YOLOable. Yeah, that's fine though, right? Sometimes having more mechanics that all individually, if fucked up, will not kill you, can still add to a very challenging and reactive like gameplay loop by having them like there's been a million WoW phases like this where there's not one mechanic that is like binary fucking kills you or it doesn't. There's just a bunch of really hard mechanics, and the entire phase is just making you deal with different lineups of them. Right? In fact, some of the best fights of all time are kind of like that, where it's not cyclical. It doesn't just happen. It always happens slightly different. So you have different lineups. It's very, very cool. We've had to layer on dexterity and speed and pace. Oh, let's see. Intellect-based encounter is the sort of things that add-ons have historically solved. And as a result, the team has been using less and less of them. To make an encounter with an intellect coordination challenge that might require 4 players to move to specific spots, they just can't take one more player have the they can't just make one more player have the debuff, for example. We've had to layer on dexterity and speed and pace to make things coordination tests harder. It's very simple to like or similar to, you know how like healer challenges now are basically if you don't have a cooldown, your group dies, and all damage is one-shot damage, because if not, there's no way to challenge you because you have too many tools. It's the same thing with raid design. Because they know that weak auras will automatically solve anything that's like this, they just only do burn pushes and or strength and dexterity, like move to this thing a certain amount of time, because they can't do the other one. So I mean, that's a really strong argument for them making much better raid encounters. That being said, I wonder how long it's going to take for them to actually design an intellect mechanic, as they are putting it, because I still think they're going to be really hesitant. Like, what Blizzard really does not want to have happen, and this is probably the biggest mistake they could make, is remove combat solving add-ons, but then put in a, as they put it, intellect mechanic, or a these people need to be spread out to these spots mechanic, and it's too hard. It's just going to look so bad. And I feel like it would be such an insane own to do that to yourself, because you know that you can make great raid fights without it. So I would probably, if I were them, just stray away from that for a while, and maybe next year try to challenge us a little bit, because I honestly think it is genuinely going to be hard for them to find the bar of a mechanic that's like that is not too challenging or not challenging enough, but finding that right middle ground is going to be really, really, really hard for a few reasons. Number one, that is one of the things that is going to, you talk about the delta between the best players in the game and the average player. That is probably going to be the biggest gap, because while everyone has been using weak auras to solve these things for many years, so everyone at every level has been getting worse at doing them naturally because you haven't had to. It's not worth your time. The really, really good players are going to figure it out pretty quickly because they're really, really good, right? And the players that are less good and have relied on that crutch of a weak aura are going to have a much harder time actually acclimating to things like that. So I hope, I guess one way to solve that is typically bosses get easier over time, you get more gear, but specifically with intellect-based mechanics, as they're saying it, gear isn't really the thing. It's actually nerfing the mechanic. Some of those mechanics can't really be nerfed with gear. So really they're just going to, if they notice that it's hard for the race, they're just going to turbo shit on that mechanic, because the last thing they want is the average cutting edge guild losing weak auras and then being unable to do a mechanic. Basically, that's probably the biggest mistake they could make, I think. If I were them, as much as I would hate this for me, I would probably go on the easier side rather than harder if you're having to make a decision either way, just within the first few tiers on any mechanic like that. We've had, let's see, skill ceiling should remain the same, but the floor should rise.
I think largely that is correct. I think most people will read this and that they'll be like, well, the skill ceiling is getting less, right? Because they're simplifying every class and making the game way easier. And unfortunately, if you think that, you got heavily propaganded with fake news the week alpha came out. Unfortunately, it's probably so much damage was done that week. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to keep explaining that until the expansion comes out, and probably past the expansion coming out, because of how far spread that got within 1 week of it just being completely wrong. Unless you play like 3 specs, in which case it's definitely true. Let's see. Hazakaz says the idea where the changes are done at the level of challenge, particularly at the highest tiers of gameplay, should be about the same. I don't think it's going to look all that different. That's what I think. I think the skill showing should be about the same place. The floor, the average level of gameplay, should rise as people take advantage of better designed fights and classes that are easier for people to read without help. But the challenge for great players should remain, even with easier to see mechanics and less complex character spell rotations. Oh, and he deliberately mentions that too. Except that for like 34 of the 39 specs, they are the same, or in some cases more complicated. The progression from being a beginner player to a good player lies in mastering a rotation to the point where you can execute it on a combat dummy. The progression from being a beginner player to a good player lies in mastering a rotation to the point where you can execute it on a combat dummy. I would say the progression from being a beginner player to like below a good player. I don't know what semantics here, but let's say average player. I think there's a decent amount of people that are above beginner that could probably do their rotation almost perfectly on a target dummy. The challenge in this game is doing that while the game is also trying to kill you. And that's where you become really, really good. I know buttons to push. I'm gearing correctly. I can execute close to my maximum potential. Now let's throw some raid mechanics in the mix. Every player's damage goes down. When you're distracted, everyone suffers the same throughput. If you're focused on a PvE skill, a lot of it is what percentage of your theoretical damage you can do while multitasking. Yeah. Coordination challenges take center stage in raids. Those challenges will remain and will separate the great players from the good ones. He says fights will balance around that level of gameplay. Are currently tuned, assuming you have weak ores and mods to help. Take the current Fractus raid fight, which has strict player positioning challenges. Many players rightly look at the mythic version of that fight and say, we don't think this is possible without an add-on. Yeah, it is. It's just like annoying. Like, without an add-on, that fight is just your raid leader actually saying like over 1,000 words during the encounter. It's just annoying and completely ridiculous, and would not be ever made with. The fight would never be made without add-ons, or it'd be made massively differently. Oh, here it goes. Honestly, I wouldn't say it's not possible. Yeah, it isn't. I would say it's unreasonably difficult. Like, for example, what we did in PTR was we had a Fractalist weak ore in PTR and it wasn't working. So I just knew the logic of where we were going to go, and I was just calling where everyone was going to go. But like every 5 seconds, I was like 1 star, 1 orange, 1 blue, 1 triangle. And then I was like, next break, one on moon, 1 on blue, 1 on orange, 1 on diamond. And then the breaks go here, and there's 7 breaks. 2 star, 2 orange, 2 moon, 2 blue. It's fucking crazy. Like, and we got the fight like really low. We lasted like 4 minutes doing that, and we did it perfectly. Now that becomes way, way harder the lower you go, because not only does it require someone to actually do that, but it requires your players to actually look at the people around you and naturally spread out to those spots based on where you know things need to be. Right. But yeah, that fight would never exist without a weak ore. Without weak ores, trivializing the encounter by telling players exactly where to go. The team can tune in to give players a few seconds more. Yeah, you definitely need a 21st man for that too. Or by reducing the number of players who need to move or tweaking the damage required to kill the boss. Now that coordination becomes a hallmark of the encounter. We are not looking to turn all of our raid encounters into giant puzzles for people to solve. Yeah, I think that's been one of the misconceptions. That people are just like, it's going to be like a Final Fantasy fight now. Which Final Fantasy fights are very cool. They're very, very different. But in a lot of cases, they are just kind of one big puzzle. And people are like, well, WoW fights have to become that now without add-ons. And I can't stress enough that WoW fights are going to be like 95% the same. And it's not going to be massively different. Just because also, like, I don't think they know how to do that. They know how to make WoW fights, and they're really good at it. The WoW fights own. Accessibility and audio will be in the mix. Yeah, this is when. Oh, let's see. Blizzard is working hard to ensure that the features of necessary WeakAuras and mods, including those needed to assist players with disabilities, remain. After recent feedback from the Undaunted Guild of Deaf and Hard of Hearing players, the company invited some of their members into the Midnight Testing Program to keep their feedback. Oh, nice. So when that person messaged me to help them get into the alpha, that actually worked. Not to say that I got them into the alpha, but they were like, they messaged me on stream on like the day alpha came out, and I was like, I don't know what I can do, but I'll send something to somebody. And that's probably not even what ended up doing it, but I know it was like a big community thing, so they got in, which is good. Didn't know that till right now. Accessibility remains a top focus for the team, especially as it relates to the initiative. Crash Reed, lead user experience designer, says Blizzard will also be adding customizable audio cues. Yeah, we saw that. That's about it. It's good to see that PC Gamer comments are just like Wowhead. We have a decently long like interaction with Undaunted. So for some reason, DreamHack paid 5 of our players, including me, to go out and do. We were like basically an attraction at DreamHack. Like if you went to DreamHack and you brought your computer and you wanted to do Mythic Plus with some Liquid members, you could. But literally no one signed up, so we were just there for no reason. I went and found the sign up sheet that they put in the computer area, and it was like behind 3 other things. Like you literally couldn't have even found it if you wanted to. But anyways, the reason I'm telling you all this is Undaunted was actually at DreamHack. There was like a ton of them there. We took a group picture. I might still have it. But we like did the like Undaunted sign and stuff with them and got to talk with them for a while. It was really cool. And then also I've met at BlizzCon, I met a few of their members. And then when we won this recent race, I took 20 of our players and a few of like the content people that work with us with Liquid to Disneyland. And then at the end of the day, one of the Undaunted members, I believe, works at Disneyland, and she found us in the park and brought us all these pins that they made, and they gave us each a bunch of pins, and they were all specifically like had inside jokes on them from the race. So they were like hardcore watching all that shit, and that was really, really cool. We took a picture with her as well. So Undaunted's just everywhere, bro. Yeah, I got a cucumber pin. Dude, I ate that cumber raw, by the way. It's less impressive than a boiled one. You're fucking saying shit. Do you eat them like watermelons or bananas? The cumber, I ate it like a banana. I just raw dogged the whole thing. Max, do you think they made the one boss raid so they can potentially test new mechanics on a raid without completely bricking raid progress? Apparently, the one boss raid is supposed to be like a mid-tier early boss. Yeah, I ate that shit the long way. Did we talk about Ghostcrawler's studio losing funding? No. But I never really paid too close attention to Ghostcrawler's game. Like, I know he was, like, with the Riot MMO, and then he went to go make his own thing, and I saw a little bit of their vision for it, and it just didn't seem like a game that was up my alley. So I wasn't, like, really high on it anyway. I agree. Was just curious because it's fairly decent MMO news. Yeah, MMOs are just in a spot, bro. Until the right MMO comes out, if it ever does, it's probably not going to change too much. WoW's just the goat. Ashes of Creation is coming out. That's also a good grift. That game. My wife just walked by and caught a bit of the Cumber talk, and she heard Raw dogged it banana style and got the biggest side eye. Yeah, it does. It does sound. I mean, yeah, that's just yeah. I mean, I understand that. No matter where you come from, you don't need to be a gamer to understand what banana style means. You know, everyone's ate a banana. Dude, maybe I do need to find a fellowship squad. I mean, Dork, if you want a tank, I'll definitely play. Let me see if Drat wants to play. We would need a healerman. I don't know if I'm gonna play all weekend though. The problem is like for me grinding games is like I'm not gonna skip hockey games to do that. So I can't like play all day every day. So I like fall a little behind, which kind of sucks. Get automatic James. We could do that. How much hockey do you play per day? I usually skate once or twice a day. If I don't skate twice in a day, I usually am lifting. I'm trying to make my legs fucking huge. My legs are actually kind of huge right now. Let me ask the pod crew. Dude, speaking of the pod crew, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Podyssey.com. Boom, you're in an ad for my own shit. Look at this shit. Look at this quality. Look at this value. Potty Tea Time Cup. Speaking of that, patrons, 2 videos out this weekend. Podyssey socks, the mousy P. Actually, I don't know where my red hat went. Buy all this stuff. Official. Also, money back guarantee. These shirts are fucking lit. They're like, I don't even know how to describe it, but they're like heavy weave cotton or something, but they feel extremely high quality. Buy it now. Buy it now or blow up. Did we already debrief on this week's task episode? Oh, it was so good. It was so good. I feel like we can't talk about it, though, for spoiler reasons, but... Is there 1 or 2 more episodes?
I'm so glad you got me to watch that. Yeah, it's fucking goated. It's coming out a little too early to really get a lot of Emmy consideration. It's like a really bad time to come out for Emmy stuff, but like, yeah, multiple Emmys need to be won for that show. Actually, wait, let me launch Alpha. I haven't launched WoW on this PC yet. I'm interested in seeing what my stream quality is like. Oh, I can tell you what the volume settings are. Okay, I guess I need to like change a bunch of settings on here. Let's log on Rizzy Gliz. You were going to a few hours ago, but then your cam came back and you forgot. Yeah, that actually... Max, we can kind of hear your music on YouTube in case nobody said so yet. I believe what you're hearing is my open ear headphones. You're hearing it come through my headphones, which is... That's normal. But you can't really tell in the city, eh? Also, I think a lot of my settings are fucked up because I can already tell it's not even playing in the background. And yeah. Oh, it definitely didn't save my cooldown manager stuff. What? I thought this was client side. Oh, I guess it is. Oh, I was playing another character that didn't have as long of a cooldown thing. I can remove, like, most of this shit. Yeah, it's showing, like... Or maybe it just reset on, like, a recent thing. Because, like, it shouldn't be showing a bunch of this stuff. Boom. 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 There we go. Oh, wait. Oh, they added a bunch of stuff in this alpha. That's cool. Dance of Chi-Ji, I think it's kind of obvious when you get... Doesn't Dance of Chi-Ji, like... God, these tracked bars look terrible. But I'm not super worried about it, though. Because they are... this is all skinnable. So everything within the in-game cooldown manager is skinnable. Like, I already saw Luxthos posted, like, a pretty good-looking skin of the cooldown manager. So, like, I'm not worried about that at all. Like, if it looks like shit, you can just make it look better. Doesn't need that. Don't need that. Need that. I thought it was supposed to look good out of the box. Well, looking good is subjective. What it's supposed to do is be functional out of the box, which it does have a lot of room to get to. It's not currently there. But as far as looking good, I mean, it's going to look a certain way, and you either like it or you don't, just like most games. But the good news is you can skin it to look however you want. Did it reset my talents? It did. Why? Why have you done this? If I don't have lighter than air, what am I even?
I can't attack that.
Can you make individual cooldowns bigger or smaller? Or is it row only? Yeah, you can make anything on the bottom row, on the top row, anything on the top row, on the bottom row. You can remove anything. You can set sound cues for when they're available. You can do all kinds of shit.
The cooldown manager is actually something that is a bit farther along than a lot of the other stuff they're trying to do. But the good news is for a lot of the other stuff, you can still, like, I'm not worried about them making their in-game bigwigs really, really awesome, because bigwigs, well, it needs to be like currently remade because they changed the way that information is presented to like add-ons. But there's just gonna be bigwigs. That's the thing. Like, I was much more on board with this add-on change stuff when I was under the impression that they weren't going to be breaking these add-ons until the stuff they had in-game works. So really the only stuff I'm concerned about is where add-ons are not going to work, and their in-game stuff is supposed to entirely replace it. And we're pretty far from there, but there's supposed to be big updates on that this week, so I'm waiting for that. What's the difference between the cooldown manager and action bars? Like, it seems like it's the action bars just again. Well, there's a couple of things you can do on there. So, for most people, they hide their action bars. Like, most top players hide their action bars, and they just show only the buttons that matter for the sake of simplicity and not over-tracking things that you don't care about. So, usually those look something like this. But also what the cooldown manager does is you can track certain buffs that you get on your class, which, like, normally, like, unfortunately, the in-game buff tracking is terrible, like the stuff that's up here, like these buffs, because there's just a million buffs in this game, so everything gets lost in your buff tracker. But, like, that's something they need to be better at, too, is they need to allow you to add things via spell ID to that, so you can track everything you want to track. Press when. Why currently that's just not even supposed to be there, but now pet him. Okay. Hello, buddy. Did you see that Ian said he thinks the skill gap is going to get smaller? I did not see he said that, but I'm trying to think. Okay, so I think the argument for that would be we're making classes like a little bit less. We're removing some redundancies. I think that's kind of the only argument for that, which I think is true. Like, if that's the case, if your spec, which is not true of all of them, is getting more simple, I think that will certainly reduce the difference between the high skill and low skill players. As far as losing add-ons and raids, depends on what kind of mechanics they are putting in raids. But I think there's also a world where that could be true. But there's also mechanics they could put in the game. Like, if they put in you are given a few debuffs and need to decide where to go with them, and weak auras are not going to tell you where to go, the difference between the most average mythic player and the top players is going to be so much astronomically larger than anything that's happened recently. But they might not make those mechanics for a while, and that might be smart, right? So, who knows? Isn't the skill gap going to be bigger with less info from add-ons? You want to know something else? That someone actually mentioned this recently, and it was really smart. I forget who actually said this. But they said that oftentimes weak auras are like a huge false flag when it comes to, like, what it's letting people be better at the game or not. Because top players know how to make add-ons help them. Like, for example, if you look at, like, the Liquid add-on pack, it's all super customizable. Our players are sent those add-ons with everything disabled, and they only enable stuff that they want to track for very specific reasons. They're highly customized to where it gives them, like, the most information they can get with ease by making certain things bars, certain things icons, certain things sound. And that's all done pretty, like, scientifically, honestly. So you're never overloading one specific aspect of, like, what your eyes are seeing versus what your ears are hearing and stuff like that. And while, yes, people will download weak aura packs, they're downloading it, and usually when you look at someone's stream, they have, like, every single weak aura turned on. Which is kind of like the new age way of, like, having bigwigs work against you. Like, if you just use default bigwigs and you have bings and bongs on every single mechanic, it turns out none of those sounds mean anything to you because you're just used to being in raid combat and just hearing a bunch of fucking sounds happen, like you're, you know, like there's like a bunch of like pots and pans falling down. You don't hear, none of those sounds mean anything to you. The right thing to do with bigwigs is to disable all of those sounds and only enable sounds on things you care about, so when the sounds happen, they matter and it means something in your brain and you act on it. So weak auras are the same thing. If you're just downloading the Liquid Weak Aura pack because your raid leader told you to and you don't like configure it, it's not really going to help you that much. And honestly, with a bunch of that shit on your screen, it unironically might make it harder. So someone said it was Scripe. I think it was Scripe. So while, yes, everyone is losing add-ons, and while add-ons should help, it's a crutch. It should help you the less skilled you are more. It's possible, and we don't know this because it's really hard to put yourself in the mind of someone else, but it's possible that like add-ons are basically fake helping a bunch of people because they have so many of them that they don't even know what they do, and they're just confusing them, or they're just bloating their screen to where the actual real information is harder to actually get, to where while it should seem like the removal of it would make the gap bigger, the really, really good players were the ones that found a way to have add-ons help them the most efficiently. So it was helping them more because they actually knew what they were doing with them, right? Max, check out the updated sound alerts for the cooldown manager. Let's see if they work, because last build they didn't work, so I kind of stopped fucking with them. But let's see. So how do you do this? You set an alert. So let's do Rising Sun Kick, just for the sake of argument. Let's add an alert, and it's when this spell is available to be used. We are going to make a boat horn. Okay, so let's go up to the target dummies. What is pandemic available? I believe what that should mean is when you are able to cast your dot and it will pandemic, meaning you will not lose any value because you're using it with a certain amount of seconds left. It's going to play a sound where you can refresh your dot and not lose any DPS from it. Now, that doesn't really apply to Windwalker, but that's probably what that means. Which is actually kind of cool that they did that, if that works. Okay, here we go. Where's the boat noise? Is it just not working? I turned off a bunch of... Maybe I need to turn on certain sounds. It's probably just not working again. No, everything should be on. Is it possible you muted it? I mean, this is something that is... If you were to tell me... If you were to ask me to bet money on a new thing working with sound alerts, working when certain abilities come up in the game, and you were to ask me to bet money on if that works correctly in the alpha build, I would bet a lot of money that the answer would be no. So let's go on something that isn't up every like 10 seconds. So it's easier. Let's just add a bunch of ones. Fist of Fury, new alert, when available, animals, cat. When Strike of the Windlord is available, we'll do choir. All right, fuck it. I don't believe it's working. Don't you need to save? Maybe. I mean, it looks like they saved. The play button is still next to them. Maybe it's when it... Maybe just when available isn't working. When it's on cooldown? So does that just mean when you used it? I don't even know why you would care about this, but... Maybe it's a layout. Maybe I need to change the layout. What was that for? Weapons of Order. Does that mean when it's like gone? Right now? Yeah, I haven't heard any sounds. Could it be tied to music? Maybe. I mean, I have music muted. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this is probably just broken, but we can do one more troubleshooting thing. Let's see. Music is now on. It's definitely not working. Wait, Max, I've had it work on text-to-speech with on cooldown with the same audio settings as you. Oh, maybe text-to... Maybe I'll set it to text-to-speech. Let's do text-to-speech then. Text-to-speech on all three. Okay. Okay, we should hear it in like 2 seconds if it works. It's definitely not working. Could just be me, though. This is a character made from the first alpha build. Maybe you need to make a new character. Oh, it needs to be text-to-speech on cooldown. Alright, I'm going to try it. But I'm going to tell you, I'm like pretty sure this is not going to work.
Rising Sun Kiko.
Oh, it just worked. It just worked randomly when I just had to have this thing open? Bro, that is the most clanker-ass voice ever, though. And now it's not doing it? You clicked the play button? I don't think I did. I'm trying to click it. It ain't working. Clicking the play button doesn't do anything.
Strike of the
Oh,
wind.
I see.
Fists of Fury. Fists of Fury.
What does cat sound like? Oh, so cat just doesn't even work.
Fists of Fury. Rising Sun Kiko.
All right, let's see how you're supposed to pronounce this fucking button, by the way. Because I'm pretty sure it's Schwen. But, like, ain't nobody trying to actually say shit like that.
Invoke Suin, the White Tiger.
It's Zuin? L, 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 L. Well, let's see some other really hard to pronounce words. Anything else? Well, this is actually pretty easy, but just for fun.
Transcendence. Transfer of.
I don't know why he threw that extra vowel at the end, but... Oh, this is a banger. This is a banger.
Song of Chi-Ji.
Oh, he owned it. Okay. Let's see if he puts the right amount of space in between storm, earth, and fire, even though this is fucking gone from the game, by the way.
Storm, Earth, and Fire.
Are you able to create vertical bars that run down to, like, track, shield block, or ignore pain? I don't believe so. I haven't checked tanks, though. If you're looking for, like, extra customization options, there just isn't that kind of stuff in game, which is kind of why there needs to be still UI add-ons, but that's another conversation. We're going to find out. That's the big question this week. Like, they basically insinuated last week, hey, we're rolling back a lot of add-on restrictions to make some certain things work. You'll find out more in Alpha Build 3. That's this week. So the goal is we're really hoping we can still get UI add-ons, because everything about a UI add-on, just if you want to use them, doesn't go against any of their philosophy on any of this. It's just if you want it, you can have it, and that's good. That's going to be tomorrow. Max, I don't know if you're interested, but someone tried cooking a nameplate add-on if you want to test it out. Huh? I mean, they can... I'll watch a video of it or something. Weakora's already tweeted the changes made. The devs told the UI dev Discord before the weekend. Oh, nice. Okay, let's read that. Twitter Weakora's. Oh, I have to sign into X. Okay, I have to sign in just to even see that. Okay. Let's see if I remember my Twitter information. Wrong password. Okay. Trying again. Ooh. We fucking nailed it. Dude, second trying your password goes so crazy. Okay. Nested new WeakAura communication just dropped. Okay. So this is from some kind of WeakAura genius. Add-on communication chat access. The ability to send add-on messages and read chat is currently restricted entirely while inside an instance. This has been relaxed to only apply when any of the following are true. A Mythic Keystone run has started and not yet completed. A PvP match has started and not yet completed, and an instance encounter is in progress. Okay, so that's just a rollback for any like completely non-combat add-ons for UI. But I mean that wouldn't affect your UI in general because obviously you want your UI to work in combat. So cooldown access. Cooldown access is currently always secret. This has been relaxed to only return secrets when any of the following is true. A Mythic Keystone and instance in combat, the player is in combat. I mean, so this is still fucked. Like this is okay. Aura access is currently secret while in combat. This has been slightly tightened to share the same updated restrictions as cooldowns. Additionally, Aura APIs that return a single aura from a no longer callable in the Aura access secret. New resource access. Unit health percent, health missing, power percent, and power missing have been added, returning secret values. I wonder if this means you can actually track your own energy and stuff, which would be nice. Okay, so this sounds... Okay, I don't know anything. Reminder. But I'm imagining this is just, I don't know, like... What? You can... Like... What, UI add-ons? Not even like what, achievement stuff, like handy notes, like purely casual add-ons basically. Loot Council worked. DBM author walked through it. Okay, we can probably go check that. Can gamble in between pulls. Link the video.
So, over the weekend, we got info dump from...
Okay, let's watch this.
So, over the weekend, we got info dump from Blizzard discussing upcoming API changes with add-ons in Midnight. And I'm going to go over those changes with you and explain what's in there, what's not in there, what issues that have been reported that are being addressed by these changes, as well as issues...
I'm not watching 10 minutes of this. Yeah. Ain't. I think there will be an issue with Monk Tank Stagger and Warrior Ignore Pain, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, currently, like, if you want, like, a... Yeah, tanks have very particular ways of tracking their, like, active mitigation. I imagine it's probably not going to be what you want. Attention span of a rock, too much TikTok? Bro, I'm not even on TikTok. The Shindig mid-prog introspection was pretty cool on his YouTube. Oh, wait, new Shindig video?
Ooh, I might not actually want to do this. Main reason why is I reacted to this guy's video one time and my reaction video got more views than his actual video. And that kind of makes me want to blow the fuck up. Makes me want to blow up crazy. So maybe we can watch his YouTube videos, but we can't post our reactions to it on YouTube. Because that makes me feel like shit. This is Dorky trying out the nameplate add-on. It's very bare bones, but proof of concept. Oh, okay. He won't get extra views. I don't care, man. I don't care. Oh, I'm not signed into my Twitch on Firefox. I can fix that. Okay. Wait, it's not sending. Yes, it is. We're good. Dorky, you want to do some dungeons in Blue Protocol? I actually do want to show you guys updated like combat in that game. It is pretty fucking sick. I love the class I'm playing. Okay, so Dorky is... Or you linked the Dorky thing. Let's see. Okay, just not in 360p, hopefully. No, these are the someone made new nameplate add-on. I mean, these look pretty clean. They look way better than the Blizzard ones. But more importantly, it looks like you can change like the colors. Right? You can Max, mute your mic when entering passwords. Nah, I don't care. Bro, if one of you guys wants to figure out how many letters my password is by listening to my keyboard, and then you want to brute force attempt the thing I'm logging into while also having to know which email I used, I mean, fucking bro, that is your account now. You deserve it. Is this one of the new dungeons? I haven't done this one yet. This looks sick. Wouldn't this break in a Mythic Plus run or a raid instance encounter with the changes you mentioned earlier? No, so the changes that I mentioned earlier is they're rolling back some restrictions to make certain things only work in certain areas. So the only thing that's changing next alpha build, as far as we know, is that stuff that previously wasn't working in the world might work in the world but would not work in combat. So anything that worked in an instance in combat last build should work in the new build. Okay. W. Love that. Okay. So I kind of want to test my. Oh, let's see what does my computer's load right now while streaming. I'm kind of interested in that. Running a new PC. Oh, it's not tracking graphics card on my processes because I think you have to add that, right? How do you... Is there like settings? Oh yeah, settings. App theme. How do you guys make your this is gonna sound stupid, but like how do you make your task manager show your GPU? It's always done it for me, Natty, but it's just not doing it, right? It's just only showing these four. Right click the tabs at the top. Oh, dude, thank you. I mean, that's definitely pretty good. Like being logged in playing WoW. Now, WoW is not a very graphically intense game, but basically streaming with pretty high settings, only using 25% of my GPU right now is very good. It is very good. $5090, yeah, I have a 5090 in the new X3D chip. Did they improve raid performance for Mythic? In a way, yes. Almost certainly, if people are in general running less add-ons and less combat parsing add-ons in the expansion, everyone's raid performance will go up by a lot. Like, it depends. Certain patches are worse than others. 30-man raids are still going to have input lag. That has nothing to do with your add-ons. That's just bad game. Game isn't made for 30 players, but you'll definitely gain some frames for sure. Anyways, what was I looking at for Shindig here? I qualified to the MDI. Here are the keys that made it possible. Oh, that's cool. What were the Raider IO? What were the final MDI things? So Holy Method is in first. So 4 teams got the top score, including the new Liquid team. Let's go. And then mandatory, miscount, which you'd expect, and Holy Method. I'm really interested to see how they'll do. This team, the players on this team are so fucking good. Who's the Liquid team? Boomy, Ashine, Wolf Disco, Zevi, and Yips. I think... So Ashine, Zevi, and Wolf Disco used to play on Perplexed, but then Yips and Boomy are now playing with them too, which are like very, very good. Now with MDI, I've done multiple MDIs. I can tell you that even if you have certified goats, it's going to take you probably multiple seasons to actually be able to like efficiently compete. Like, dude, just watching 2 teams practice side by side, you can, once you've done this more, you get so much more efficient at like just quickly solving problems in a dungeon environment that I imagine it's going to take them a while, and I hope they stay together, because just player skill alone, they're as good as any team for sure. But they definitely don't have the same experience. All right, dude. This is...
Someone needs to explain to me the Twitch lurker thing. Is there somewhere I can get actual information on this? Because I asked my stream at the beginning, and I'm like, they're like, yeah, lurkers aren't count. Oh, never mind, we did. It's if you have more than 2 streams open, it doesn't count you as a viewer. That's what it is. I forgot. Okay. Why was that so controversial? Is that people just misunderstanding it? Because like my viewers right now aren't any different. 3K viewers on a 2-hour stream on a Tuesday with like no actual content happening. That's pretty normal, right? Max, did you react to Preheat's Wowhead article for Devour? No, but you're now the second person to ask me, so I will look at it. Where do I find it? I guess I could sort for articles by Preheat. Let's see if Wowhead's search works. Preheat. Preheat the poster. Nope. It's the top one. It's literally the most recent one. Oh. Oh, dude, it was made midstream. Okay. Well, what are we supposed to look at? Because I don't care about how to play the class. I'm looking at an opinion piece is what I'd be looking for. Dude, I think I'm cooked or something, but I play Devour and I feel nothing. But I think I might be cooked because I know some other people really like it. But for me, I find the spec to be kind of boring. Don't you hate casters? I don't hate casters. I dislike playing caster because I like being good at things, and I'm naturally less good at it because I haven't spent as much time doing it, which naturally means I have to spend time getting better at it, so I don't feel that way. But all the time I spend playing it, I feel bad because I'm not as good. Vicious cycle. That doesn't mean I hate caster specs. I find some caster specs to be very, very fun. I just don't like playing them in hard content because I hate ever being bad. So, small issue. I can play caster classes and like I love playing LA Shaman. I actually really like playing Dev Evoker. I can play a class and have fun playing it. It's not like I can't understand how it works. I just don't find the class fun. Fuck Dev, Havoc with 2x blurs with Netherwalk. Yeah, dude, I don't know how many years it's gonna take for them to create a fight that requires a lot of immunities to make it work. And bro, Havoc is going to be the most absurdly broken immunity class. Like a 1-minute cooldown 2 charge button with an immunity. Now, not all it's not okay. Netherwalk, very important. Netherwalk is not an immunity. It is a 100% damage reduction. Often people get that mixed up. However, it's still it's 100% damage reduction works on most things an immunity would work on, just not all things. Mainly anything that has to do with any kind of debuffs, because you still get all debuffs. But dude, I mean, like a recent example would be like Soul Hunters, kind of. Like every time you get picked, you could just immune it every time instead of once every 3 minutes. But that's not that important. Like when you need to actually immune certain things, they're just going to be so goated for it. Max is Havoc effectively dead now that DH has a range spec similar to Survival? That's not how that works. You don't just prefer range to melee. In fact, the amount of fights where it's like you want to be a ranged and don't want to be a melee, except for this tier, that has not happened in like 5 or 6 years. It just like isn't something they've done. This tier, that was kind of a real thing, but it was more based on tuning rather than a fight being bad for melee specs. I think
you'll just play the thing that's tuned better if you're a Havoc player, but some people might go into it trying to play ranged or trying to play melee. The reason Survival's weird is because Survival had like an identity as a ranged DPS that was like very strong and people really liked it. It was actually my favorite Hunter spec for a really long time. And then they changed it to be like melee, and it was kind of like the redheaded stepchild of like Hunter specs. People play a Hunter to play a ranged DPS, and then it's like, well, I'm not a melee. And it's because Hunter was historically always ranged. So, like, you just have people that are adverse to playing melee, which makes sense. Ranged and melee are very different. So I think it's more that. It's the fact that it used to be ranged and went melee. It's not because people always want to be ranged to be ranged. Like, there was a time in WoW where you had, like how many DPS? Like 14 DPS, and on average you ran 9 ranged and 5 melee. That is, for the past like 6 years, that has been not 6 years, past like 3 years, that has been like flipped upside down. Not upside down, but it's like pretty even between melee and range now. And I would say there's not as much of a requirement. It's like purely based on tuning. All right. Any more WoW stuff? I'm probably going to play some Blue Protocol. But I am interested in still talking about some WoW stuff if there is some. Frog Farmers of Legion Remix nerfed. Infinite power rollbacks for overpowered players. Dude, I heard there were people selling Mythic Plus keys on Legion Remix. I thought that was so degenerate. I mean, it makes sense. There's a market. The React thing, or we skipped that? Oh yeah, what was an introspective into progression rating? How do you deal with fuck-ups? Okay, yeah, let's watch this.
Yo. I'm not sure what I want to call this video. But I thought it would be an interesting perspective to share my, I guess, thoughts and feelings in the middle of progression. So, if you've been following my channel at all in the past year or so, you probably are or have seen my Joining Mythic Raid Guild series, where I'm covering long segments of time in the past tense. I'm basically telling a story of what occurred, and I've never really shared my current perspective, or like you caught the audience up on what is happening with me, how my mental is, how I feel like I'm doing in the middle of progression while it's happening. And so I think that's what this video is. And I'm not making this video though to talk about how awesome I've done or to glaze myself, or it's actually the opposite. I think
Can we get some context on him? So what guild did he raid in this tier? I know it was like a pretty decent guild. I'm sure you guys will know because you guys are fans of his. Maybe I could just find his character. Shindig on... that may not be his name. Idiot. He raided an Idiot. Okay, what guild is Idiot? Idiot is... what are they ranked? Okay, US 19th, World 64th on Dimensius, killed 3 weeks ago, and I'm assuming, let's look at their raid times. Our prog raid schedule is 4 days, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. EST with some late nighters. We'll sometimes do OT during beneficial breakpoints during prog. Sunday is cut during farm. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, 4 days a week. I think that's... so, I'm not super familiar with, like, where you should be based on your raid times, but this sounds like a pretty good guild. Right? This is, like... Those are, like, solid spots for time spent.
but I'm sure they also like overtimed a little bit because they say they're going to do that. And by the way, all guilds should. If all of your players want to log in overtime, no one should get mad at you. If you want to have fun playing the game and everyone's down, fuck yeah. The scenario where I hate overtime raiding is when the raiders don't want to do it and officers are like basically forcing you to log in. That's weird. That's like super weird. But if it's the other one, it's like, why the fuck would you ever not want to have fun and play if everyone wants to do that? So either way, decent guild. And I believe before this, if I could find his character, I think before this, weren't we watching his video and he rated in like, I don't want to make it up, but I feel like it was like way lower ranked. Like he jumped like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of guild ranks. Yeah, you guys are saying to look at Ella. I know she does this all the time, bro. She's a dog. She likes to live her life. She throws her hands up and she lays down. He rated in tab target. Okay, tab target. Tab target is a guild on Tichondrius. Is this the right one? Either way, they're world 300. They also killed Dimensius like yesterday, randomly. Okay, so pretty massive increase. So let's get an introspective look into like kind of the mindset of making that jump.
Kind of paint the picture here. When you are watching this video, whenever you watch this video, our guild, idiots.
Wow, I could have watched this. I could have watched this video for like 10 more seconds, and I would have just found what guild he's in.
We are currently working on the final boss of the raid.
Oh, this is before they
progressing
cleared.
Dimensius,
Yeah.
and we are 317 pulls in and close to killing the boss. And last week we almost killed the boss. All right.
Okay.
We actually overtimed and played 2 extra days in an attempt to try and kill the boss. And that's going to be kind of the crux of the conversation.
Oh, interesting.
Now, to preface, I do want to say, I think I've played so far pretty good this year. Okay, I know I said I was going to glaze myself, but this is important context. So, I mean, here's a snapshot of some of my
let's
courses
start
on these fights.
glazing.
Obviously, this doesn't paint the entire picture. In fact, there's a lot of information that I'm glossing over here.
Yeah, actually, he's right. I mean, I've always given this example. This is so many years ago. I raided in a guild called Duality, and there was a player in our guild that was every tier was #1 all-stars for their class on Warcraft logs, and he was by far the worst player in the guild. Just got hard carried through every boss, only cared about damage, fucking sucked at the game. Everyone glazed him and he was terrible. So when I see logs, like when you're at this high of a level, what that shows you is you have the potential, because this is a requirement at the highest level. You have to be able to do this, but also so much more. Some people just do this and they fucking stink. So when he shows this, the reason I'm saying all of this is I feel like some people in chat would be like, wow, holy shit. But that shouldn't be your reaction because you need so much more information to actually determine if someone's actually good at the game.
Here, but my logs are public if you want to go and fact check and see exactly how well I've done. You have
Yeah, and he knows that because he's saying you would actually have to dive into the logs to know.
to do that. But in large part, I think I played pretty good this year, including the hundreds of pulls that are behind these logs, supporting them, that we had to go through to kill these bosses. But ultimately, it leads up to the final boss, Dimensius.
Yeah.
And the last 3 nights of raid, we raided with the idea that any one of those nights, we might kill the boss.
Classic, like mis-setting of expectations. Or it's possible his guild just played bad. But I think one really underrated quality of a raid leader is accurately communicating to your guild, which also means you have to have this understanding yourself. And usually that comes from watching other guilds. But it's accurately knowing when you are close to killing the boss. Biggest mistake you could ever make is basically lucking into a low pull. And what that can mean is the mechanics went on the right people, Or like for the past 5 pulls, these players all got the sticks ball. So like they've naturally got good at it, but it's super random that they would get it that many times in a row. So like you just see farther on the boss. It's natural. And then you get a low pull, and then you as the raid leader become convinced it's time to kill the boss now, which means all of your players will now think it's time to kill the boss now. And naturally you're going to have some more wipes because you just got really lucky to have a low pull. Not every boss is like this, but a lot of them are. And then now every wipe you have feels like regression, when in reality, you're still progressing just fine. You just got lucky. But if you trick yourself into thinking you're farther than you are, now everyone's Dobby because you think you're playing bad now. Well, this boss should have been dead, right? And now when you think like that, now you're in a bad mood. And guess what? Everyone on Earth plays way worse when they're in a bad mood, and the raid atmosphere is worse. So it's just a classic mistake. So like on Dimensius, for example, you can have kind of a low pull, but realize you're not actually really good at one of these mechanics. But you're like, it's time to kill it now. Full speed ahead, chain pull the boss. Don't problem solve anymore. And then you run into this. I'm not saying that's what happened to this guild, but it happens. It happens so much. So let's see if that's, yeah.
And I'm making this video now because I think over the past 2 raid nights, I've played real bad. When it mattered most, and we're on the verge of clearing the raid, I feel like I haven't performed up to expectations, the expectations I've set for myself.
I'm just going to call it right now. I was not watching any of these raids, obviously. I bet their raid atmosphere is bad. I bet exactly what I'm saying happened. Like, because everyone plays like shit when the atmosphere is bad. That's just a fact. When you're not having fun, you're playing so much worse. I bet their whole guild was tilted for 2 days and he played like shit because they were tilted, which happens to our guild, by the way. If we get tilted, we play like shit for sure. So I bet that's what happened.
Nor the expectations that my raid team has in me to perform to the ability that I should be capable of. And what I mean by
I mean, maybe he just turbo entered or something. I have no idea.
that is...
Maybe he burned out.
Pull up a
But I'd be willing to bet it was their whole guild.
log here.
It's contagious, man.
All wipes. Sort by deaths.
Someone in chat said I'm in the guild and I don't remember him turbo inting. Well, he's about to go over it here.
You'll notice my name's kind of near the top. And what this is just sorts by death percentage. The lower your average, the more often you were dying earlier in an encounter. And to further...
For what it's worth, by the way, rogues are a low-key squishy as fuck class.
emphasize that, our warlock...
Like, Exile was actually scared for his life the entire pull. Like, more than, like, almost everyone, but... Or, like, maybe one person.
was having some internet issues last night, so they were dead on a lot of pulls, which is why you see them at the top. But we can also do something where you ignore deaths after, say, the first 2. This is usually indicative of, okay, who is dying the most early in a pull over the course of progression. And again, my name moves up here.
Okay, let's say you felt like he really played bad. Okay, I'm interested in hearing his thoughts on why.
And this is part of the reason why I think I had a bad raid night. I'm only showing one of the nights. I think the previous raid night was also not great. And I'm pretty bummed about this, honestly. Because, again, when it matters most, when we're on the verge of a kill, I haven't performed to the level I think I'm capable of. This is a very high-level overview. This death, my internet DC'd, so this is kind of a me-nothing death. And
Yeah,
if you
L.
disclude this
You gotta outplay that.
one, then maybe...
You're letting your fucking
maybe my
guild
name
down.
moves down. It's a lot less, and it's a lot less egregious looking. But we can go to some of these later pulls, and I had two instances late into the night where we are on the verge of a kill, deep into P3 prog, and these
Oh
deaths
no, did he into deep P3 pull?
definitely had an impact on our progression.
Yeah, it happens. Like if you have 2 pulls that are like you think you can kill it and you're the person who ints, like there's some famous Race World First examples of this where like, I mean, it fucking happened this tier. Like people called out the DH guy for Echo on that one wipe they had. And like I remember asking Hopeful who raided with him, I was like, does that guy stink or is he good? And he was like, no, he's a great player. So like you can play great for fucking 2 weeks, and then you can have like literally one pull that's bad, and like you're the reason in people's eyes, like not the raiders' eyes, because they're not as simple, but like the chat will think that, right? So like you can kind of feel like that in a guild, like if you wipe on the best, if you're the reason or one of the reasons that you wipe on the best pull, and then your pulls go down from there, there is a lot of pressure. Now imagine how you feel in the race world first. This guy felt so bad about these 2 wipes, he made an introspective video on it. Now imagine there's 200,000 people calling you dog shit.
We may not have killed the boss on these pulls, but we didn't see as far into P3 as we maybe could have, because we had one less battle res that was expended on me and other people, which I'll talk about. So I'm going to speak from memory here, but I'll probably pull up some clips from stream. Wipe 23, we're going into the burn, heading into phase 3, but we pushed the mini boss
Too early. He doesn't have his CDs, right?
too fast, so I didn't have
Yeah.
cooldowns back.
Yeah.
I see this, I anticipate this, I shadow step to the boss, and hit W for some reason. Kind of a silly mistake. Okay,
Okay,
it's
get
whatever.
res. Oh my
But what I
God.
didn't
No,
tell
no.
you is that earlier in the pull, during phase 1 and the reverse gravity, I got assigned to the back. Didn't realize it. It had been several days since I had a back assignment. Basically, that only
Oh,
ever
yeah.
happens if me and another melee get picked.
Yeah, it's extremely rare. This is very, very common for bosses that have weak aura priorities. Like I don't know if they're using our weak auras, but like our weak auras assign based on like a priority of people, but it can give you like the rare one. That's also why like we did. So you guys know Dranaco's like the GOAT, right? He's like fucking insane at the game. But after we did one of the first private aura bosses, Echo of Neltharion. You guys remember the list? Where like the higher you were in the list, you went to these certain spots, you counted, and then you went. I don't know if you guys remember all that shit. But Dranaco was in the middle of the list, and he was one of like 2 people that could actually get assigned all 5 positions. People at the top only got 1 and 2. People at the bottom only got 4 and 5. People at kind of near the top only got like 1 and 2 and 3. People at kind of at the bottom only got 3, 4, and 5. But he got literally all of them consistently. And he was dying a lot to going to the wrong spots. And like in the moment, we're thinking like, dude, Dranaco's like fucking up. And then we looked after progression and we were like, dude, he was doing, I mean, an infinitely harder job than anyone else. Like it was so like he was doing something so much harder because of that. And we didn't realize it. It was our mistake, right? So like this is just to show that like this person got a different assignment and he's like, oh, that was different because you get used to doing the same thing every time. Now imagine if you had to do them all every time, right?
And then I get sent to the back
And there were 5 instead of 3 spots.
because I wasn't expecting it, because I was an autopilot. I defaulted to the front, realized too late.
They
and
almost
about
got
to
everyone
get-
down.
So that's 2 major mistakes in one pull, 2 battle reses that we didn't have for later in the fight. The following pull were in phase 3. I focused Shadow Step our DK to dodge taking the lines from the rings.
Okay.
The first step goes off fine. The second step, I press the wrong bind and I Shadow Step
The boss.
which disorients me, and then I run into the tank, get
yeah,
smacked
yeah,
into
yeah.
the boss, and I'm dead. These are back-to-back P3 progression pulls where I just blow up. Now, those are the pulls where
I mean, everyone's run it down before, right? Basically, he's just upset because he ran it down on a pull that he felt like was really pivotal. And if the pulls got worse after that, you can assign a lot of that blame to yourself.
I had deaths. But those aren't the only instances of me.
Dude, this is why it's kind of beneficial to be an asshole. It probably needs more context than that. Clearly, he only cares about this because he's like a respectful person that cares about other people's time and is like, bro, I let my friends down because he genuinely cares about them, right? But if you're an asshole and you just do not give a fuck about them, even if you run it down and the raid gets worse, you're just happy because you don't care. You know what I mean?
Making
It's kind
Mistakes over
of, there's
these
some
past
benefits
nights.
to it.
On a previous pull, I stood in a Void Warden because I just wasn't paying attention. Luckily, I didn't die because the healers basically dumped the kitchen sink into me, so we lived through that one. And the previous night, I had another Shadow Step situation where I went to sprint to my spot with the reverse gravity, but Pat fingered Shadow Step, and then just absolutely assassinated my tank. So there is no
Yeah, okay, he's definitely running it down. That's a crazy move right there. That I bet I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that. That is, yeah. This is also, you would have never known this if you weren't like in this guild, and even someone in his own guild said they didn't even recognize, they didn't think he turbo inted or anything. But the fact that he made this video would make you think that he does do that. It's kind of like how in some guilds that that you yell at like the raid leader yells at people who messes up, so therefore people don't actually admit when they mess up. So like what you want to do in a guild is if you ever mess up, you just want to hit a quick my bad. It's the greatest morale diff of all time. You have a wipe and there's silence, everyone feels like shit. There's a wipe and someone goes, "Boys, that was on me." Everyone's like, "Cool, we're going again. We at least knew what happened, whatever." Huge vibe diff, right? But in a guild where you constantly chastise people for their mistakes, you're the my bad guy. If two people mess up and one person says my bad, the other guy got away with it, and now people think you were the reason you messed up because you spoke. So it incentivizes people to actually say nothing when you die, right? There's no accountability. That's kind of like this video. He's being the my bad guy. He's the guy who's actually mentioning that he messed up, so people will have the impression that he messes up, but that's only because he's the one saying my bad.
just absolutely assassinated my tank. So there was no recovering from that one, and we wiped the pool. So anyways, I just listed off a bunch of different mistakes that I've made that have stuck out in my head. And you might be looking at that, well, you know, Shindig, out of 317 pulls, the fact that you're only bringing up that many mistakes, and you know they seem pretty inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but
well, it's mistakes you make once everyone has everything figured out. Like for example, I'm sure he made mistakes before this, just like everyone else in his guild, because you're going to make mistakes naturally as you're learning something that's really hard. It's just the ones that feel bad is when you feel like everyone's figured it out, it's time to kill the boss, and then now. I mean, but again, this can come from external factors. Like one thing I don't know, and I said at the beginning of the video, and I still think I might be right, is I bet the vibes in their guild were down because he mentioned that there were 3 days that they killed the boss, or that they should have killed the boss, and they felt like they were going to kill it on all 3 days. Now, while it is possible they could have killed it on the first day, the reality is they probably needed 2 more days of progression to kill the boss, but they tricked themselves into thinking they didn't. I'm not positive that's true, but that's usually the case. You end up killing the boss when you're supposed to. And if you're in a guild and you're like, man, we haven't killed the boss yet, and your stress levels rise, and now there's so much more pressure on you, that's what leads to crash outs like this, right? Because you feel so much pressure to actually kill it because it's time for the boss to die. It is an underrated leadership thing in WoW of actually knowing when you are supposed to kill the boss. You know? Don't get people's hopes up when it's not actually time to kill the boss yet. It's hard to actually figure out. It requires a lot of experience to know that you have gotten tricked.
what I think is important to convey here is the fact that we have in fact sent 317 pulls into this boss. And at this point, there's an expectation for excellence, where these kinds of mistakes, you know, they're inexcusable, right? These kinds of things shouldn't be happening. And it's kind of made me realize 2 things. One, and this is something I was vaguely already familiar with, but mythic end bosses highlight the flaws in your gameplay. A good example I can give you has to do with my Shadow Step bind. It is right next to my health pot bind. So the instance when I went to health pot and then Shadow Step my tank, I basically just fat fingered my step and then killed our tank and hand swiped the pull. Now this is something I've known about for a while. Like I've had instances when I've gone to health pot and accidentally Shadow Stepped. Because the way I have these binds set up is that they're on my MMO mouse, I'm hitting them with my thumb, and my thumb is kind of thick relative to the binds I'm pressing. So unless I hit it at a specific
Boy's
angle,
got a thick thumb.
I'm hitting both of them. So really I should change that bind, but it hasn't been a big enough issue for me to warrant wanting to change it until we reach the mythic end boss of a raid. And so while I could change it now, we're so many pulls deep, and I'm so ingrained in the habit of using my health pots at that specific bind that if I change it now, I think it's more likely that I would make more errors.
Bro, changing your health pot keybind ever sounds fucking terrible. You know what I mean? Because, like, you practice how you play, and health pot is exclusively something you press in the moment. Not in a panic. Maybe less good players panic, but it's like, yeah, you're like finger on the trigger. You're like, all right, if I take one more tick without a heal, I'm going to have to health pot here. It's something you do without thinking about it, you know? Like, that is one of the worst binds, bro. Like, changing that bind mid-progression, you are guaranteed going to die without health potting at least once.
Attempting to hit my health pot on a bind that's no longer there. I mean, you don't really change keybinds this deep into progression. You want to keep things consistent and just try to play it out. The time for changing binds and remapping UI and all of that jazz is for after progression, right? When the stakes are much lower. And again, this might seem like such a small, insignificant occurrence. You know, the amount of times I've health potted without shadow stepping vastly outweighs the number of times that I've health potted and accidentally shadow stepped. But it doesn't change the fact that possibility.
The one time he shadow stepped and that got so in his head
still exists. And on a fight like this, when we're 300 pulls deep, given enough pulls, those situations will happen. And they have happened on pulls where it mattered a lot.
Now, imagine doing all of that on an end boss that's going to really test your skills as a player. Now, imagine instead of raiding only 4 hours a day in the prime of your day, imagine you're doing it for 15 hours. And that is why the Race to World First is a very hard thing to get into. And requires multiple reps at doing it really to be as good as you can be, because it's just totally fucking different, man. I don't know how much, if you were to break one, we raid in 1 day during the race as much as they raid in 3 days. The difference between raiding 4 hours a night 3 days a week versus 12 plus hours in 1 day is like, the guild that's raiding three days, even if they're just as good, they're going to get so much farther.
And this sucks. I'll come back to this point, but a big motivation of mine, and this is something you might have picked up on from my Mythic Raiding video series, is I want to be the best player I can be. I want to be the best rogue player I can be. And eventually, at some point, a goal of mine, you know, maybe I'm ambitious in saying this, but I would love to compete in the Race to World First, right? I would love to play at that level and compete with the best.
He's on the trajectory. I've literally no idea how good this guy is. But of the people who do the Race to World First upon getting into the game pretty fast, people like Tobo, like JPC, there's like Boomy. They've gone from like literally one expansion from playing the game into being in one of the best 2 guilds in the world. And to be completely honest with you, they have a mindset like he does. You basically just play this game with all hours of your day with the sole purpose of getting better. And if you're talented enough, that's around the time frame where you can actually make that jump. I'm rooting for him for sure. I hope he does eventually get there, because there's very few people that actually play, prepare, and practice with the goal of actually doing that, which requires just an infinite amount of time and self-reflection. And you need like a level of self-improvement that you're willing to like ask yourself hard questions. You're willing to dive into your own VODs. Like, even that alone, it's so annoying to actually like, who's actually going through their own gameplay VODs and being like, what could I have done better here? Like, there's so many people that just like don't even have the time of the day for that. But like, if that's your goal, that's a requirement to get better. So yeah, I mean, I hope he does. But I will tell you, I don't know how long he's been playing the game, but he does seem like he's on the track of like joining. I don't know if he's one of the best players in his guild. I have no idea. But like being in a World 300 guild, jumping to a World Top 100 guild, being their best player, jumping into a World Top 20 guild, being their best player, that is like the direct rocket ship launch track to joining a guild like that, is because that's how we recruit, right? When we're recruiting someone, we're recruiting based on need, and then we find out, we need a rogue. This player's this top 10 guild's best player is a rogue. Okay, cool. Let's try him. Doesn't always work out. But that's usually what we do. So that's... I'm rooting for him. I hope he makes it.
best PvE raiders in the world. And it's
You just need to not have a job? Oh, absolutely. Like everything I just mentioned to you about like in one expansion's time frame going from just starting playing the game to being in a world first guild, the bare minimum requirement is yes, you do not have a job. You are spending every second of every day focused on this. There's literally no other way.
things like this that remind me why I'm not at that level. Now, I could spend a lot of time talking about my keybinds. I think there are some other button mappings I have that are suboptimal for different reasons and make the game harder than it needs to be, which lead to me making more errors than I would otherwise make. I think that was the case of the failed focus shadow step, where I shadow stepped the tank in P3. I think I was attempting to press some other button that wasn't on a shift modifier when my focus shadow step was, which then meant I accidentally regular shadow step the boss. All right. Also, and somewhat unrelated, I keep re-enabling my plater nameplates to show up so that I can better monitor where my focus target is by seeing their nameplate. But every pull, my nameplates just get cleared. I don't know what's causing this. This also happened in Narubar Palace, and I figured out the solution for it then, but I didn't write it down anywhere, and I completely forgot about it. And
What also might help is if you're not using a lot of head markers, it might actually be really nice to, if you know you're looking for that and you've ever messed up for it, just be like, hey, can someone with assist just put a marker we're not using on this person's head so I can always find them? I feel like
just
that'd
get
be
clear.
really easy.
I don't know what's causing this. This also happened in Narubar Palace, and I figured out the solution for it then, but I didn't write it down anywhere, and I completely forgot about it. So, if somebody knows, please write in the comments, because that would be big help.
It's Liquid Weekor wiping his nameplates. It's my
Helpful.
fault.
At the moment,
Get
I'm
shit
basically
on, buddy.
just guessing and hoping that my shadow step target is in the right spot, which is not a great solution to shadow stepping the rings. I mean, that's kind of an aside. That's just like tweak the settings and I should be good. The last point I want to talk about, I think this happens to literally everyone that does progression.
Okay.
It's getting lulled into like a false sense of security and failing easy mechanics. All right. This is what happened when I was assigned to run to the back of the platform for reverse gravity, but I was conditioned to always standing in the front, that I basically just stood there and didn't know how to react to that situation. Or
I mean, it's just, you're doing hundreds of pulls on a boss. The reality is this.
platform.
I can tell
for
you exactly what it is.
reverse gravity.
Okay, he's about to get the mechanic. Do you see how it says back here? So he never looks at this text. I can guarantee you. Because if he's looking at this text intently, he would have gone to the back. The reason why he never looks at it is because he always gets front. So he never thinks about it. This is an example of weak auras not... You not using weak auras to your advantage. Because you're not actually looking at this, you're looking at this. What you should do is not have it show up when you get front. And when it says back, which is the thing you get 1 out of 30 times, you should make it fucking enormous and cover your entire screen so you realize there's something actually different, or have it be a different color, or have it make a different sound. This is the exact scenario where, like, and this is going away, which is a good thing, your proficiency in weak auras can really help you. Because the fact that 19 out of 20 times it says front, but it looks exactly the same, and it's the same color, it's the same text, it's the same size, and then when it's the thing that you never get, it doesn't look any different, you're going to mess it up. It's just how it works, right?
But I was conditioned to always standing in the front, that I basically just stood there and didn't know how to react to that situation. Or the later pull, when I unknowingly stood in the Void Warden, it was something that just didn't cross my mind as something that I was supposed to be thinking about, and hence led to me being in that situation. When you're 300 pulls into a boss, these kinds of...
One second, we're going to finish this video. I have to heat up my food, though. It's time to eat. Hi, girly. All right. What are you cooking? It's a pre-made meal. It's like I don't know. I'll when I go get it in a couple minutes.
Like mind off progression mistakes. All of a sudden, what I've done every single pull is not correct in this specific scenario, and I'm no longer able to adapt. I'm no longer able to adjust. And again, I just compare it to like a better rogue player wouldn't make that mistake 300 pulls into a boss. I don't know. I don't know what the solution to consistently
Yeah, but like, okay, it's good that you're having that conversation though, right? Also, I feel like that weaker advice would really help a lot, but this is a prime example. You know how earlier we were talking about how the difference between everyone not having weak auras is going to affect, you know, the argument is it's going to like increase the gap between the best players and the worst players and everyone in between. But then the Scripe argument is the best players actually gain so much more from weak auras because they actually know how to use them. Isn't this exactly that point where like this mistake probably doesn't happen to a Race World first player because and again, weak auras are cringe, but it's a thing, right? Like you've dealt with weak auras for longer, so you would know to make the thing you never get a lot more obvious, right? That's an exact example of like his weak auras are directly hurting him. They're like working against him. They're basically fake for that mechanic. And that would not have happened to a player that has had more experience with them, basically. And he's clearly much better than like the average player, right? So obviously it's going to go down and down.
executing these mechanics for a full night of progression without fail requires. I kind of think of it being like, well, I need to be attentive and in the moment during a pull. It's important to always understand and identify what's going on at all times without falling back to this like autopilot cruise control that I tend to find myself in, I suppose. I don't really know where I'm going with this point, but I wanted to bring it up. And I don't think this is unique to me. I think this is...
So he mentioned this is something that can happen to some people, but I think it happens to some people more than others. So I have no idea how good this dude is. But basically no guilds on Earth have good skill parity. There's very few. Our guild is one of very few, I think. You could even have this at a much lower skill level, right? All skill parity means that everyone who's rating there is around the same skill level. It doesn't need to be the highest. It can be very medium, but everyone's around the same. People who experience this issue of being lulled into a false sense of security are usually the better players in your guild. Because once you've achieved relative mastery on a fight, it is easy to go on autopilot. But someone who's at the mid-tier skill of your guild or on the lower skill never gets that false sense of security because they always feel like they're the ones that are actively learning. Like your guild's kind of waiting on them indirectly. Like you don't really directly see that on most fights, but like you're still learning the basic fight. It's really when players get the basic fight a lot faster than other people is usually when you get that false sense of security and you make those easy mistakes because you're just like on autopilot because you've just done it so many times and you feel like you've already learned the fight and you're waiting on others to learn it, even though you don't directly think that during the encounter. It doesn't happen to the majority of people in a guild, honestly.
something that probably everyone goes through to varying degrees, where...
Hey, Max, I've been away for a while, but I've been watching you for years, and I got so fucking happy with your last results. You deserve every bit of it. Keep it going. Love from me, you. Bro, get that glazing shit the fuck out of my stream. You know what I mean?
you fail the most simple mechanic.
All right, 1 second. My food's ready. I'll be right back. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Thanks, man. All right, what are you guys doing?
200 pulls into a boss, not because you don't know how to do the mechanic, but you zone out. You're not present. This is something I've experienced the past several raid tiers playing World of Warcraft, and I don't know how to overcome it, which is disheartening.
It's fucking normal, dude. Like, this happens to everybody. Also, a lot of it isn't even in the game. Like, I notice this sometimes where, like, I mean, all I care about is playing hockey well, and sometimes I'll show up to a game and I'll just be off. Like, I don't know. Like, my decision-making isn't as good. Just whatever. Like, and it's just, like, sometimes you just have days or hours where you're just not fully on it. Can absolutely be the same in a WoW raid. You could have had a bad day at work. You could have gotten in an argument with your wife. You could have had literally anything. You could have not eaten a lot. You could have like low glucose levels. There's like so many fucking things that you could have a bad diet, you know? You could have so many things that just lead to you being off for something. And I don't know, it's just how it, you could be bald. The worst of all of those things, right? It could just happen.
Because, again, I make the comparison that a better player would be more consistent. They would be able to execute better than I am able to. And so all of this, these past few nights of progression, have left me feeling pretty depressed. I don't think I've lived up to the expectations I have for myself. I don't think I've played to the level.
Bro, I'm calling it right now. This guy's going to end up playing in a top guild. The fact that he's legit depressed over this, of basically running it down on like a couple of pulls, you have to care that much probably to do this. I hope he makes it.
That I want to be at, especially considering my goals and aspirations playing this game. So it's been really disheartening. And I'm now, I guess this part of the video is just like discussion of my mental.
That's another fun thing about recruiting. So would you recruit a player to your guild? Because like you want good players in your guild, but you also, I guess, would want continuity. If you're recruiting a player to a World 60 guild and you know their goal is to raid in a World First guild, you know that their goal is to do well in your guild to get recruited by a better one. That person is looking to leave to a better guild very openly. Do you still recruit that player if they like... I think the answer is probably yes. If they like... If the time they spend there, they're like a good raider, a good person, and like, you know, as long as they don't leave mid-tier, is it a negative in any way? They like help you get a little higher rank maybe if they're really good. But at least they're open about it. I feel like a lot of people maybe would do that but aren't open about it. But like they're kind of, I don't know.
I take performing poorly pretty bad. If I have a bad pull
Me too.
during progression, it definitely weighs on me for like the entire night. And I end up playing worse as a result. I play a lot more scared, a lot more cautious, a lot less free. I prioritize uptime less for the sake of surviving, which maybe you could argue is a good thing. But ideally, if I'm trying to be the best player I can be, I'm able to do both, right? And having the confidence in myself to do both is, I think, a big part of why I'm able to play well when I do play well.
This content is great. I'd love to see more reacts like this, bro. What is up with the glazing today? You guys are just like happy about what you're seeing, and you're like appreciative of the content, bro. Fucking
And so I guess
get
being able
out.
to shake off
Get
these
out of here.
bad progression nights or bad raid nights, while it's still happening, is not yet something
Get out.
I've found a solution for it. So I don't know. I'm not sure what I need to do to make that better, to maintain confidence and assurance in myself and my capabilities, even when these types of situations occur. Because as much as I talk about it, as much as I say, yeah, oh yeah, you know, a better rogue player wouldn't have messed up here, inevitably, the best players in the world still make mistakes.
Yep.
So how do you recover from those mistakes and continue to play at the best of your ability?
Yeah, the better you get, the less mistakes you make, but the more you learn from mistakes and the more you learn from non-mistakes to never make them, right? But he is very introspective on his play and seems very willing to learn and very I think another important thing, very willing to identify that he has made a mistake. I think that's another thing that stops a lot of players from getting better, is like the sheer well, that's an example. Okay, so like in League, how many people have you heard talk about a League game and like whenever they lose, it's because like their jungler ran it down, or because it's never like, oh man, I could have done like one more thing better. And even if you weren't the biggest problem, it's always someone else that fucked up, you know? But when you have that mentality, you are like, if you were try to imagine, you're like physically restraining yourself from getting better. That's basically what you're doing. But like you can tell he doesn't have that at all. He's like purely only focused on himself getting better. I'm exactly like that, so I can relate to it. But it is that is what you need to get better.
Is something that I need to improve at. And although I don't know how, it is something that I'm aware of. So now,
Sounds like League doesn't count, and also he did run it down.
recording this on a
Says someone in
Tuesday,
chat.
our raid now has access to 6% increased damage and healing. We get 90 more gilded crests. We'll be higher eye level. Demencius is going to die this week. There's not a doubt in my mind. The big push to kill the boss was last week, and the past couple raid nights where I underperformed. And the result of that is now we have to push our kill back. So
If you just think of your teammates as NPCs, then you realize it's all just on you. Dude, so true. I mean, there is some level of truth in that meme, in that, and he could probably learn from this too, probably given the fact that someone who's in his guild was in here before we watched this video and was like, I don't know, I'm in his guild, I didn't feel like he was running it down. It's like how in your life, especially when you're younger, you get, and maybe some people never grow out of this, but you're always like worried about causing a scene or like what people will think about you, because in general, you are yourself, right? So naturally everything's about you. So you're just in your mind, you can think, what are all these people thinking about me? When in reality, they're not thinking about you at all or talking about you. They don't care because they're them, right? Like it's, you think it's all happening to you because that's just how humans work. But like, really, people are focusing on their own shit, right? If your whole raid is like griefing and the atmosphere's down, people aren't thinking about you specifically. They're like, holy fuck, this sucks. Yeah.
we'll kill Demencius tonight, maybe tomorrow. I will be streaming it.
Also, you build yourself a lot of goodwill. So like if you ever run it down, but you're actually a really good player who never dies, it doesn't stick with them that you ran it down on a few pulls. Maybe other than they're like, wow, that guy never dies. It's really strange that he ran it down on those pulls. But like you build up a lot of not debt, like the opposite of debt. You build up a lot of credit, you know? So whenever you goof, you like, it doesn't matter too much because people know that you're really good.
But yeah,
Goodwill.
that is, I guess, a current update. So I wanted to make...
Holy fuck, he was down bad. Dude, have you guys ever... I love that he made this video, but like, have you guys ever ran it down in a raid and just been so torn up about it that you made an introspective, a 20-minute YouTube video about how bad you ran it down for 3 pulls? That's crazy levels of down bad. This is why I'm saying you gotta just be an asshole, man. Like, you can't have empathy for the rest of your guild. You just gotta not give a fuck about them, and then you just never feel bad.
Make a video talking about this because, I mean, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. You know, I haven't performed as well as I wanted, and here are the results of that. Here's where my headspace is at. I guess I figured I'd share it with you. So, thanks for watching.
L. Actually, W. What were the comments? Dude, what is my editor doing? God. Look at this fucking thumbnail. Worse players need these more, and it's a big red add-ons button. I mean, they're doing their job. They're getting clicks, but that is fucking... That is... You already know the comments on this are going to be so mad just because of the title. That's so good. I love it. Yeah, W Shindig. What did he Let's watch some of his other stuff. I qualified for the MDI. These are the keys that made it possible. He made a video called The 4 Stages of Comfortability in WoW. That sounds like something I would actually want to watch, but I've had too many things like that today. By that, I mean we watched one video like that. What is this?
Hello, YouTube. It's been a little bit, but I thought I would make a little intro.
Loving the fit. Loving the fit. You can tell he got fitted up for this YouTube video because there's no way he's just wearing this like in his house. Right? I mean, I guess I'm wearing a hat and a hoodie right now, but like not a beanie, you know?
Here to discuss sort of what's been happening and give some context for what you're potentially about to watch. So I have decided to, this season, compete in the MDI. I was invited to compete in a team with some people that I know. They're a team that's been around for a little bit called I Do It. So that has been a big point of attention for me over the
Holy fuck, that logo goes hard as fuck. Look at that. Bro, that shit goes crazy.
last little bit, especially following our Mythic Demensius progression and finishing that whole arc, which you guys saw, by the way. And I think the last time we talked, I was reflecting on some of my some of the mistakes that I made over the course of the fight and kind of the things that come with that, sort of the mental aspect of that, all of that good stuff. Well, since then, I've basically been spending majority of my time practicing and preparing for the time trials, which is the first stage in the Mythic Dungeon International. I think if you're watching this video, you probably understand how it works, but long story short, the time trials is essentially what determines the teams that will qualify for the group stages. So the top 18 teams that place in time trials advance and are split into 3 different groups, which is like typically your Group A, Group B, and Group C. And the way time trials works is that you are assigned 2 keystones, which you have to push up. In this case, we were given a +12 Ecodome and a +12 Gambit, and we had to push those keys.
Wait, so there's 3 groups? Group A, Group B, and Group C, and then there's a Chinese team, and then there's 2 teams that go from each. All right, what group do they
Works. I think the official cutoff time was 5 o'clock, so about like 3 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago. And I believe we have qualified, so happy to say that. Now, I can tell you our placement, and I can share what our placement looks like. Give me a second here. So here is the list of teams and their...
I Do It 13, and there's 3, so 13 out of 18. Oh, I don't know how to do it with 3. So 1, 2, and 3 will all be in different cups. 4 will be in the first group's cup. So as long as they're not in Cup A is going to be really hard to get out of. Because like there seems to be 4 teams that are clearly, at least from time trials, above the rest. And there's going to be 2 of the top 4 teams in... Oh, no, sorry. Liquid is not going to be in Cup A. By getting the number 1 seed, they're going to have these... they're going to have the 6th seed as the number 2 seed in their cup. It's actually Cup C that's going to have both Mandatory and Liquid in it. They're in Group A. Okay, Group A is, I guess, technically like the easiest. Group A or Group B would be the easiest to qualify. The one with Mandatory and Liquid in it is going to be the hardest, you would assume. So yeah, this one's going to have Anti-Clockwise and Method as the favorites, but yeah. They did say they are Group A, so you'll be in with Gingy's team. So you'll probably lose to them, but I wonder who the second team would be.
Associated scores and then timers. So basically what the score determines, it's the total of the 2 dungeon key levels. So you can see Holy Method here, which is like Gingy's team, Clicks Now, all these guys. They managed to time a 22 Ecodome and a 23 Gambit, which gave them a score of 45. And if there are other teams with the same score, like in this case Miscount and Mandatory and Liquid, they're then compared and their placements are determined by their total lowest timer, right, across both dungeons. So in this case, Holy Method had the lowest time across their 2 dungeons that netted them a score of 45. So they're currently ranked number 1. And so in our case, we have finished, as of now, 13th. We are basically the bottom of the 43 score pool, which basically means that of the teams that did
Boys,
a 21 Equidome and a 22.
did you see that? I just tanked this whole fucking bottle. 1 sip. 32 ounces.
Gambit, we were the slowest.
What's good, dude?
However, that does put us well within the top 18 teams, which means most likely we will have qualified. Now, there hasn't been an official statement from Blizzard yet, so sometimes what can happen is that teams will drop out for one reason
What's
or
an
another.
ounce?
If that
Bro.
would happen to a team above us,
Imagine
then
measuring,
obviously we would move
kid.
up 1 spot or multiple, depending on if.
Also, those are
multiple people
fluid
drop
ounces, my guy.
out. So
Different.
pretty cool. This has been a pretty crazy experience for me because, and to provide some context, when I was invited to join this team, and I know these guys because multiple of them are actually in my guild that I'm currently in, and they were actually looking to bring on a 5th player for this season. Rogue was really strong at the time they asked me to join, and that made sense, right? I'm a rogue guy. I play rogue. That's like the thing I do well. That's the thing I'm kind of known for. And so I was sort of brought on board with the idea being that, yeah, I can play rogue this season.
Oh, did he
That
have to
will be good.
multi-class?
And this was pretty early into the season, like 1 or 2 weeks in, before Assassination Rogue had the Caustic Spatter hotfix, which basically just completely ruined the spec and took it from being potentially the strongest Mythic Plus spec in the game to no longer MDI viable because of the whole singular focus bug. And I mean, if you followed Rogue,
That's honestly low key. I think that was the best thing that could have happened to this dude. At least if his goal is like playing at the world first level, if there's anything I could have like prescribed to this person like a doctor, would have been get thrown into an MDI scenario and have to pick up a new class and compete on it, and you just got to fucking figure it out. Throw them in the deep end. I think a lot of players have actually gotten a lot better and have become multi-classers in this guild purely because they had to multi-class in the MDI. We played Splat on Moonkin because he played Moonkin in the MDI. We played Jornako on Feral because he played Feral in the MDI. We'd be like, it just forces you to achieve mastery on a spec you have not done before, and you would not have had to do unless you had to rate on it.
for some time, you'll kind of know the context surrounding it. But
It also makes you better at your main.
basically, Rogue went from being a very competitive, very strong spec for Mythic Plus to just like a good spec. And if you're competing in the MDI, you're kind of forced into playing the best specs if you want to be competitive. Now, of course, there are exceptions, and I have to shout out here Physical God Comp, who, by the way, position higher than us. And they're, this is Walks and Banter's team. They're playing the whole Guardian Druid, Mistweaver, Fury Warrior, Hunter, Rogue comp, right? Here, I'll give you guys actually a better image to look at. You can see the class breakdown here. It's dominated by Warrior Tank, Resto Druid Healer, Ellie, Hunter, Frosty K.
What a fucking weird comp. That is... I mean, dude, even just seeing Hunters in the MDI again is so strange.
There's occasional Havoc Demon Hunter sprinkled here and there. And then you also have the Physical God comp, right? So, not to suggest that you can't play other things, but I was kind of brought on board with the idea that I would be playing Assassination Rogue. Obviously, tuning can happen, but worst case scenario, and this was something that I communicated to my teammates, which is that while I was willing to potentially learn and try to re-roll into the meta and play what would give us a more competitive edge, if Rogue doesn't end up being that answer, I would be willing to do it, but there was no guarantee that
Fired Up's
I
just...
could
Wait, Fired Up's just playing Mage because fuck it?
do that well, because I've literally never done that before. I've never
I mean, I've done multiple MDIs with Fired Up before, and he multi-classes everything. I wonder if he was just doing it because he was like, I want to play Mage. Or if he's playing Hunter for Cups. Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
played a non-rogue spec.
Like, I think Fired Up just gets wrongly labeled as like a Mage one trick because you always need a Mage in your raid, and he's good at Mage, so he ends up playing Mage for us. But like, I firmly believe he would be one of the best multi-classers in the world if that was what was asked of him. And I've done multiple MDIs with him where I don't think almost ever played mage, and he played everything really good.
At a competitive level for like anything. So it was a pretty big question mark. I didn't know if that was going to go over well. However, I'm happy to say that if we scroll down here to the Gambit's time keys, you will see on the leaderboard me on the Havoc. And we actually had a very good Gambit relative to our placement. Our Echo Dome was a little bit worse compared to some of the other teams in the dungeon pool, but I think our Gambit was quite strong. And we were the highest place.
When was the last time you played an MDI? BFA Global Finals, end of BFA.
Havoc,
which was a good time to
Demon
hang
Hunter
it up, by the way.
running team. So that was pretty cool. And of course, I'm playing the Havoc. So it's been crazy going through the process of fully learning and
20 years ago,
refamiliarizing
basically.
myself with an entirely new class in this current dungeon pool. It's been both a challenge, but also a lot of fun. I'm grateful to have had this opportunity to compete in the MDI, and it's cool to see the effort that I put into playing Havoc sort of bear fruit, right? And we are tentatively being rewarded with a placement in the group stages.
I was in my dad's ball in BFA. Bro, you are not 6.
Now, regarding what group stage I'll be assigned to, Blizzard has yet to announce that. They do have a format that they follow. I think their group placement based on rankings is publicly available information.
I don't even know why I'm watching this. He's just explaining how the MDI works, and I just know how it works. I might be co-streaming the MDI this time for Liquid's Cup, at least. I'm basically just going to peepo cheer Liquid. That's it. That's going to be the whole goal. I'm just going to slander every team that they're playing against and hope that they fail and blow up. Player housing test on PTR delayed. Oh, or were people going to test that for like live? That's coming in a couple months, right? Hate watching Gingy win again. Yeah, I mean, it would be sweet if they didn't win, but every time I'm watching it, I love competition and I love like watching like people figure these dungeons out. And as much as I hate them winning, I also every time you have to respect them just being sick, you know? Like if they come out with some crazy like Halls of Valor shit on the last day, it's just like that's just impressive, you know? You just appreciate it. All right. Blue Protocol time, I think. There's a Haruma Red video. What did he do? Top 10 most powerful artifacts based on lore. Don't care about that. Midnight developer interview. I had someone in the stream screen this, and they said that they asked like literally 0 questions that would have interested me. So, and then I think we're caught up on the rest of them. Oh, we never watched top 10 secret phases in WoW. But I know, why is the thumbnail for this? What the fuck is that? Because there aren't even that many secret phases. Also, I don't know how there's any argument that the best secret phase. Okay, the best secret phase on this better be
WoW raids are
Archimond. Archimond is without question the best mythic phase. It is one of the coolest phases in this game's history. And it looked sick. Like, the aesthetics were good. It was actually a good phase. It was a banger. People bring up Gul'dan. Bro, the Illidan phase of Gul'dan is hard carried by the fact that it's Illidan. Like, if it wasn't Illidan and you just get the Illidan nostalgia out of the way, it is a donkey phase, bro. It is like one of the weirdest phases ever. It is not good, but it's just hard carry. I just need to see. Number 1.
already full. Right. And at number 1, we have Harug Ragnaros from the Firelands. Most
So this wasn't a secret phase. It's just literally not a secret phase. It's just, it was in the dungeon journal. It was just, they just said it was going to happen. So how is number 1? I mean, if we're talking like phases that exist on the hardest difficulty, maybe, what's his reasoning?
players expected the Fire Lord to die at 10%, like so many bosses before him, but not on Heroic. At 10%, Ragnaros gets out of the lava and grows tiny little legs.
But players did not expect him to not come out of the lava. It was in the
A
dungeon
secret final phase begins. This final act introduced
journal. It is not a secret phase.
entirely new mechanics and visual spectacle, as you get to see the stationary Fire Lord move around for the
Maybe
first
this means mythic only phases, or back then heroic only phases. I guess. I don't know. Weird. Anyways, he put Gul'dan as number 2. I mean, Gul'dan, I mean, again, it's just hard carried by nostalgia. Okay, Mimiron. Rather than being activated by a heroic and mythic mode, this secret phase begins by you pressing the totally innocuous red button. So just Mimiron hard mode. Okay, number 4 is Archimond. My
difficulty
goat.
made sure he went
My
out with
goat.
Citadel. Archimond was the final boss of World of Draenor, and Mythic difficulty made sure he went out with a bang. After the standard phases, Mythic introduced a completely exclusive final phase which takes place inside the Twisty Nether itself, the realm where demons come from and the only place where they can truly die. In this phase, players must split their raid to handle waves of Void Stars and Shadow Netherwalkers, while also managing Rot Chaos
phase
beams
was
that
so
must
cool.
be precisely angled across the room to avoid wiping the group. There are also Nether Terror
Okay, how the fuck did he make a top 10 of secret phases? The only way I can think of is we've seen 4 of them, and 2 of them aren't secret phases. So I'm assuming he just put in a bunch of phases that aren't secret phases. Let's see. A Garrosh. Not a secret phase. Jailer. This was a secret phase.
razor thin. Community reception was mixed on Shadowlands as a whole.
Yeah, I would say the Jailer secret phase entirely did not need to happen and was not, like, really cool. I don't know. I think Jailer secret phase... Here's actually a statement I think is true. I think the Jailer fight would have been better without the secret phase. It's just a better fight. It was entirely extra. I mean, this is true of most 10-minute bosses. Or, sorry, most bosses that are above 10 minutes. You could just pick one phase and pick the worst phase, remove it, and it's a better encounter. This one, that is the weakest phase of the fight, so that would probably be true. Then N'Zoth. Yeah, this was a true secret phase. We did not know how it worked. Pretty mid, I think. I think we literally two-shot it. We went in once. We're like, what was happening? We VOD reviewed, went in, and then we got out of it with everyone alive.
From Ny'alotha. N'Zoth was supposed to be the ultimate Old God fight, and while his early phases were a little underwhelming, the Mythic exclusive secret phase was also underwhelming. If your group was strong enough, you'd be teleported to the Chamber of the Heart, fighting to protect Azeroth's literal life force from annihilation. Visually, the phase was pretty cool, filled with a radiant golden light and shimmering void corruption, creating a surreal contrast that felt truly end of the world. Mechanically, this phase brought in thought harvesters that tried to drain the heart of Azeroth's energy, forcing players to burn down ads while juggling their sanity.
Okay, what else? Imperator Margok?
But Mythic difficulty unlocked one of WoW's best bait-and-switch moments. Just when you think it's over, Cho'Gall shows up.
Yeah, this probably should have been higher. This was a really cool phase, too.
Cinematic, the Mythic phase added even more pressure. In the final
Okay, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the last phase of Denathrius was entirely not a secret phase. Like, it was just, we were 100% aware of what it was doing before it came out, and nothing was like,
Stage, Denathrius brings out extra Remora mechanics and overlapping casts that push the raid's movement and burst damage to the brink. But that's not why he's on this list. On Mythic, during Phase 3, the raid gets split into two again, just like with Halion, although this time with a bit of a twist. Half the raid will have to enter the mirrors to go into the Shadow Realm, and
yeah, but this, okay, so I'm so confused. This is literally just P3.
you can see
just
the
a
shadows
phase.
of the raid members on the other zone as you both occupy the same space.
Okay, whatever. So that's how he made the video. He just made it up. Halion. I don't know. Maybe Halion was a secret phase. I didn't do it. Midnight Alpha Healer tier list.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What?
It's Jack. Back again for the first of
I'm assuming he's tier listing them based on, like, the changes being good, not on power.
our tier list season covering Midnight Alpha, talking about how I enjoy the changes for each of the healers and giving a quick summary, not every single ability, but a quick summary of the changes that they have received with a rating of Giga, mostly good, mid, or WTF along the way. So if you're enjoying these videos, be sure to like
What about the other one? Oh, subscribe, bro.
and subscribe. I'm also going to use
All right, let's see where Resto Shaman's at. All right, I'm skipping to the end. Yeah, that's what we expected. What the fuck? If you're a Resto Shaman, what the fuck, bro? All right, we're done with that. Blue Protocol time. If you're leaving, I respect that, but also, I want you to watch one dungeon of this game's combat. It's fucking sick. Actually sick. Not sponsored. Play it off stream and host Shindig. I'll do a little bit off stream. Sure, that's fine. Dorky, time to game, buddy. Let me see if Miras is on. Bro, this is me. I'm a little snowman. I got the craziest drip, bro. Cute. Thank you. I need to think about my talents a little bit, but I can probably just go with what I have. But of the 46 talents we have today, I haven't fully figured out, like, the exact build I want to be playing. There's, like, a couple of, there's a couple of points I could get that are really good. Like, if I didn't get this, if I got rid of all of these abilities, I could go down and get this. I kind of want to play this. I also heard this is, like, really good for dungeons, but also, like, no one knows everything. Like, I know what, like, a fully built out talent tree is supposed to look like, but every day is, like, time gated, which I hate. Like, you just can't level higher. So, like, there's a different, like, amount of talent points you want each day, but there's no guides that, like, tell you what you should pick every day, right? So you're kind of YOLOing it, which, by the way, is very fun, because then there's, that's what makes talent builds fun, when you can't just look up what the best things are, but, I mean, I guess we'll just run with what we got. Okay. See if there's any books, bro.
Yeah. Time to game. I'll do the like newest dungeon on hard. The movement's pretty fun in the open world too. I've been doing this. You like hit a couple of these. If you get off your mount, you can like maintain your mount speed. Wait, did I mess it up? Let's see. Oh, actually, I just got this mount. Maybe you can't do it on this one. Let's go here. I still need... I haven't gotten my, like, legendary weapon to drop yet, but... I also need a way better ring. My current ring is terrible. Dude, you're just schmoovin'. Oh, I can actually, while I'm here, I could try to get better piece. I think like a couple of my pieces are really bad. My boots, I think, are not... Oh, no, I did actually end up getting good boots. Is it my ring that's bad? No, my, yeah, versatility, luck, versatility, haste. Yeah, it's my right bracelet. I need a new one of those. Right bracelet. What do we get? I mean, luck and haste are about the same. I can get rid of that. How do you have 10k gear score? Bro, I'm fucking huge. Go kill some monsters, blood. Bro, I'm waiting to get matched into a group. Actually, if any viewers are playing, we can match together if anyone wants to do Towering Ruin hard. I have about the same gear, but I only have 8.5k. I'm confused. I probably have better imagines than you. How does that work? I wonder what does that ability do? Retracts arms, gathers strength, and throws the adventurer like a meteor. Imagines, bro's just making shit up. I know it sounds stupid, but that's what they're actually called. Alright, so the stuff you see on the right, those are like kind of my trinkets, or the imagines. Or I guess you can call them the imagines. And then the rest are my abilities. You're not going to really understand a lot, but like you'll kind of get the gameplay loop. My little 4 swords are kind of like combo points. The thing above that is energy. When it glows green, I have my strength buff up. Oh, nice. This guy is pulling things normal style. Okay. Bro, I'm just in the air, bro. Oh, this group actually does pretty good damage. I didn't even get like most of my combo off, but this stuff's already dead. What I found too is like a lot of the aerial mobility of this class actually allows you to skip like get over some mechanics too. But you get a nice little dodging loop. There's like perfect dodges for mechanics. There's no like raid bosses out yet, just dungeons. This is like the hard mode version of a dungeon. And there's like a nightmare version which isn't out yet. Are you dual classing or just focusing on this one? I have been playing a little bit of Stormblade. The problem with multi-classing is actually like gear acquisition. Alright, here we go. It just feels so good, dude. I've been just working on like mastering this class and then doing other ones. Like if you're an Agi class, like if you played Stormblade and Hunter, I think that would be really good because your gear both wants Agi and they want really similar stats and imagines. So that makes a lot of sense to me. But for this, like, some gear is just literally the main stat is different, so it's, like, really hard to multi-spec. How much does it really cost to play? So I think, like, maybe the monetization is, like, closely to, like, Lost Ark, where, like, you can play... So, like, Teach's played Lost Ark free-to-play the entire time, and he's done every single raid when it's come out, right? I believe it's similar to that after talking to some people. I do think there is a... Wait, 1 second. I'm bursting, bro. Can't be talking to me right now. Like, right now, you'll have all the same gear. It's just, like, the imagines that are different, but also, like, you can buy more books off the auction house. Like, you can do all the same content at the same time, but, like, you'll have less power than someone who's paying money. I can actually show you. Yeah, you don't need to spend, but the game really wants you to. That's a good way to put it, yep. I didn't have my coolies up, bro. Do we have a Frost Mage for the ads? I don't think we do. Oop. I have the ad. Oh, we do have a, yeah, we do have Frost Mage. Let's go. So I think the thing for this is like the tank is kiting around this this little robot thing to not kill people. Oh. And then after you kill enough things, you get these storm orbs, which I guess show you which one of the rifts is correct. I actually haven't figured out exactly how people have been figuring that out, but he knows somehow. Oh my god. I timed my ability to where I ended up back. I literally dodged away, but then it charged back directly in the boss's hitbox. That's amazing. Your group's damage is beans. I mean, yeah, you queue into it with people that don't do a lot of damage.
Let's go. Do I go crazy on this guy right now? Is he about to phase? Oh yeah. Thank God I did not go crazy on that guy. Were you doing ads again? Yeah. I'm actually gonna use these on the ads. It'll kill him really fast. How does the mages like group thing work? Because they can't do it all the time. Where you get the damage meter for this? Dorky linked it to me, but it just looked really sketchy. And it wouldn't work. Like, I'm cool with the sketch factor, it just wouldn't work. So he just linked a damage meter called Danny Dog, bro. Like, that shit does not work for sure. I'm not clicking no Danny Dog link. I can't even hit the boss from here. But when I can, bro, I'm about to go crazy. I think it's now? Yeah. Alright, this time I'll actually get behind the boss. Sounds good. Think we're killing here. Yeah, definitely you are right about the group's damage. Group's damage is not amazing. But we killed it. Dorky, I'm so juiced, but I about to swipe for some gacha. Oh, did you get caught up? Dude, I didn't even get a... I'm actually so tilted. I need a weapon, bro. Dude, if anyone has like a geared character that actually does damage... although I do kind of want to try a Stormblade. The only problem with playing other classes is there doesn't seem to be an easy way to save your gear. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I have some gear, some agility gear. It just shows as, like, it has a little green thing if it's agility. But, like, there's no way to, like, create gear sets. It's... You know what I mean? It's just purely, I don't know, it seems really annoying. There's no loadouts or anything. It's actually, like, pretty ass to play other specs. You pretty much only want to play things that... Oh. Do we do a towering... Yeah, I'm going to leave because this group's damage is just absolutely terrible. Almost caught up. Gear score is like 6.7k. Yeah, 6.7k. You're missing like a few yellow pieces, right? From running dungeons, I'm pretty sure is the only thing. Like if you just use the books that the game gives you for free, and you reforge all of all of your, at least your yellow pieces to 100. You refine all your slots to 3. And you just have all the yellow pieces, even if they're not good stats, your gear score will be pretty high. I think to get above 9k right now, you need to swipe for Imagines. Like, I'm pretty sure my Imagine... Is that... Do skills count as Imagines? Yeah, Battle Imagines. This is going to be a lot more. 9k is still free to play? Okay, well, above 10k. Do you have dupes in your Imagines? Oh yeah, my Imagines are fucking maxed out. They're crazy. I have spent money on the game 100p. I think new dungeon's out tomorrow. Yeah, I think all you can have right now for gear is you can have 6 legendaries. The gloves and the earrings come from the Goblin King. The necklace and the helm come from Tina's hard mode. And the new ones are the armor and the ring will come from that. And then you can also have weapon if you're lucky. Also, you can get bracelet if you, I think it's you kill a world boss. But I don't do world bosses. That shit is way too long. So. That I realized very early on that world bosses for me are the exact, like, what I usually pay for in games like this is time. If, like, the solution to getting something is you farm a world boss every hour, I'm just not going to do that and buy it. Like, ain't no way. I'll do some world bosses, though, just for fun, because I can't really do much else other than I should run that dungeon I just did one more time. I do kind of want to try playing other specs. It's just like, I don't know, I feel like you can't. I feel like you're not in a good position to do that. It's just like the farming gear, I would have to like start over. Also, I genuinely like the spec I'm playing. I need to figure out my talents, though. I definitely... You can do other specs, you just need a lot of money. Bro, I promise you that's not what's holding me back right now. I could buy full books for the other class. It doesn't matter to me. That is not the issue. The issue is how unbelievably annoying it is to manage your gear. There's no loadouts. You have to fully swap every piece. It's just sitting in your inventory forever. It's like super annoying. Dude, speaking of which, yo, can someone get me in a good guild in this game? Me, Dorky, and Mirez are huge gamers, and we're looking to game. But we don't have a guild right now. We don't know who we're playing with. I'm in some random guild that I just joined. I have literally no idea who's in this guild. Are there even good guilds right now? Probably not. What I'm trying to say is, let's make one. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not managing it. I need someone else to manage it. Will not be doing that. So Dorky makes it. I don't think any of us are going to make it. Mirez and I already have WoW guilds. And Dorky is not going to do that. Basically, someone just needs to, like, make a guild for all the streamers to join. That's what needs to happen. It says you can throw the adventurer, but it doesn't do that. I'm so confused. Does anyone know how this mount works? It says this ability... Do you have to get off when you press that? Do you have to time it? Bro, what is going on? It's if you have someone with you. What? But I'm me. Oh, that's sick.
Okay, I want to try different talents this run. It's like right now I have some energy back talents. I guess you could call it energy. It's courage. But I could get rid of like both of these. Is there anything else I could get? Oh wait, let me download Dorky's damage meter. The Danny Dog. The Danny Dog damage meter. Okay. I'm starting it. Windows protected your PC. All good. Run anyway. I think my rig's about to blow up. Okay. I let it play. Now what, Dorky? You need to download the NPC app shit it comes with. What does that mean? Wait, couldn't I actually get more talents here by... Because this one is a node that doesn't matter. Okay, wait a second. I'm about to cook. One second, we're cooking. So now we have 4 talent points. So we get all 4 of these things. But I kind of just... I still want to get this. I like this and I like this. But it's more... I have 2 more talent points. I might as well spend here. Because now I'm just on the way. Because I don't think I care about this. But I do care about this. What Tizona said. NPC app in the file it came in. Oh, I see. Am I the group leader? No. Okay. It's installing some drivers. No, we're not just playing. No. No, 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 no. This is a very bad sign, by the way. Okay, so now I have both of these things running. So do I have to start the second one now that the first one... Alright, start this again. Oh, here we go. Is it an overlay purely? I mean, I guess we'll leave it here for now. Do I have to restart the game to have it work? Can I also make it look less bad? Holy shit, this looks so bad. You probably need to restart game? Okay, I'll do it after this dungeon. Yeah. I'll just keep this off the screen for now until... Oh, I can't. Unless I tap into it. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, apparently there's a dark mode. I hope they went this way.
Sorry, boys. Wasn't here on time. But I'm about to go crazy. So all good. I'm sure this mechanic is easy to dodge with me flying around. If it was a more consequential mechanic, I would have just, you know, not done that. I don't think we need these guys for mob count. Alright, we're dragging these guys in, Mr. Tank. He's not doing that. I will help him. Actually, nah, fuck it. I'll just do the baby shit. All good. Not popping anything more than that on these mobs, though. Ooh, perfect dodge. Gaming. Oh, wait. I need to use something. Oh, yeah. One second. Checking for books. Oh, we actually have everything up. This boss is about to get fucking smoked if anyone else in here does damage as well. Get a nice AoE right in the middle of these guys. Boom. Oh, is anyone hitting the other side? I could use some, like, imagines here to do damn, but... Alright, guys, what world boss do we farm after this to try to get legendary gear? Legendary left or right bracelet. Come Iron Fang. Where are these? Are they all dead except for the tank? I just don't know which one's the right one to interact with. Oh my god. Oh god. I might have queued into a group that can't kill this. Oh no. Alright, I'm just gonna save CDs for that ad phase maybe. Alright, come to the portal after, get the points. I'm gonna save a cooldown for the ads. But then we're not gonna have enough boss damage. I don't know. I think we're in a group with some Newbertons, unfortunately. I'm just gonna save my next CD for them. Yeah. Maybe it'll give us the other phase first? Nah. Okay. Alright, using this. Hi, Reptar. What are you yelling about? Okay, I think we've killed enough. We've done it. Do I use this? I get an extra use of that thing, I'm going to. It's not the best use of this Gale form for this, but I don't know. I got a decent amount of stuff off. Oh, our boss damage is good. Alright, laser phase. Oh, I'm on the tank side. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Okay. There's just a bug there. I'll just be a bug. All good. Really gotta beat the next phase here. Come on. There we go. Alright. Give me a weapon. That would be hype. Oh, okay. I got a ring, but my current ring is terrible, so maybe this one's good. Ooh, that is much better than my current one, I think. Yeah. Plus to myself. Alright, what can I kill on the hour that drops anything legendary that I might want? Here's my gear. I have purple boots, bracelets, and charm. But apparently the bracelets, Muku drops charm and boots. Alright, bro, say less. Where's that guy at? Oh, I can find out in my thing, right? Monster Hunt, bosses, Muku Chief. Restart the game first. Let me see if we're there. Let me see what the boss situation is first. I don't think I'm going to quite make that. Oh, Jesus. Beast. Wait, these guys are all here. Does that mean he's dead? Gotta check a different line, I suppose.
My game keeps zooming in. Must be some ability I'm using that zooms me in. Okay, is that going to transfer me? What line are you on, bro? What's your line, my guy? Go guild hall and exit. That's the fastest way to do it? Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. I'm gonna kill him right now, by the way. Easy. Bullshit, bro. Did you get some crazy shit? $151 next. Go to line 151. Oh, this is how you degenerately farm world bosses. You just keep killing them. Oh. That's fucking amazing. What a fucking game. It's like first week Dragonflight. Fuck yeah. "30 seconds, I'm going crazy." All right. Crazy style. $113's at 50%. Can you even get yellows without using your boss keys? Welcome to Muku Hell. I mean, I'm just looking for the yellows. I don't need the Imagine. Boss keys a separate drop. W. All right. You said 214 or 139. Going 139. Target subline is full. You said 113. All full. W. I mean, I guess that makes sense. $134. Oh, I'm in. Maybe it died. Nope. It is actually full. Okay. Very cartoon looking game. Reminds me of Dexter's Lab. Dude, the gameplay in this game is actually pretty good. It's very fun. Okay, another little burn window coming up. I'm just gonna die though. W. Burn window's about to go stupid. You also don't need to release, people can res you. Alright, fuck it. I'm fucking back anyway, bro. You see that shit? Bro, let me free. The one where this ability restores 50% more courage. I think I need that. What does it actually say on the skill screen for this? I can't tell how much of it is skill and how much is a talent. Continuously restores 105 courage. So I can get a talent that restores 50% more. I feel like I fucking need that. I'd have to lose something though. Someone said 263. Yeah, I would need it to be a lower percentage. I know there's a DPS meter. I would have to restart my game to get it to work right now. The talent also gives you 3 sharps as it spends 3 from what I can see. Wait, the... Oh, hold up. This might be like super crazy then. Yeah, let us know if there's bosses at lower percentages in your all shards for sure. Why am I so zoomed in? Why can't I zoom out? That's so strange. Something is auto-zooming my camera. I need to figure out how to fix that.
It's a skyward bug. It's when you leap in the air and it stays with you. That's sick. That is fucking amazing. Yay. Oh, it's when I'm out of combat it fixes. Any lines? Someone said 164 has it up. Let me restart my game while I'm here though. Alright, so here's my little damage meter. You can make it dark mode. Always on top. Clear current data. Battle history. Death statistics. Skill diary. You might need to restart the damage meter too. Or change the network setting. Network setting. Settings. Network device. What? What a... Okay. Someone said 315 is a 50. I'm going to keep trying to get into 315, I think. Someone said 270 as a fresh one. Port to you, I have 315. Does that work, though, if the line's full? It does. Alright, let's see. My meter isn't working. I'll try to restart it, I guess. Yeah, it's just not working. Settings. You had to change your network setting. Okay. I've tried all network settings now. Yeah, I think it's just cooked. Don't work right. One second, I'm bursting. I'm dead. Bro, dying mid-burst goes crazy. Switch back to the old one? I did. I am now on the old one. This is the original. Swapping the category from DPS and back sometimes works. Okay. Alright, let's try to hit the clear current data. Bro, everyone is getting just slaughtered on this line, by the way. Just everyone's dead. This is actually crazy. You just killed a boss for like 30 minutes. I'm assuming it has like a crazy low drop rate. People been killing it for 5 days without getting a drop. Okay, I'm just... What are we even doing here? I'm sure you get the gear soon. It's not too terrible of a drop rate, but there is a cap. Oh, my meters. Wait, I just needed to die, bro. One quick die, and I'm my meters work. All right, let's go. Let's go for burst here. I'm dead. Where should I put my meter on my screen? Here? Probably make it a little smaller. All right. Give me this boss. I'm dead. Well, any rezzers? All right. Any other shards? Apparently we need to do the other guy. The guy that drops the other thing. You're gonna go Iron Fang? Oh, I need to get there, right? How the fuck do you get to Iron Fang again? Is it in the canyon? Well, can't I just port to Dorky? Zoom your map out. Yeah, where is it? Is it? It's in the canyon? Alright, W. Okay, so I have to get to Iron Fang. Oh, damn, that is fucking far away. Holy shit. Get that other thing first so you can see the map. Any suggesters? Anyone who's already done this? I'll go up here, bro. This looks like the right place to go. Oh, that's a wall you cannot go through. Okay. Got it. You need to see the map before you get the smaller TPs. Okay, well, I'll go there then, but I don't know how to get there. It says to go through there. All right, W, this way. Yay! Let's grab this one. All right, now I'm making it. This isn't that bad. Oh, dude, we're chilling. This was easy. You guys made this sound so much harder than it was. Dorky says, my buddy, free to play. Bro, if you have a buddy, one of us drastically needs to make a guild. Or we need to inherit someone's guild that's already been leveling. Like, basically, someone who likes running guilds, if you just want to do that and house, like literally, like, 20 fucking crazy gamers, we'll just come, but we need somewhere to be. Oh, I need to look at that talent. This was the one I was talking about. Hitting a target with sharp impact and its enhanced skill immediately grants 3 sharp, only triggers once even if multiple targets are hit. I mean, I can try this, but I would have to get rid of
multiple nodes, I'm pretty sure. I would have to get rid of, like... I mean, I could get rid of all the courage stuff. Like, what do we need? I mean, it's probably this. It's this. Oh, I'm in combat. I'll do it after this guy. Can you even get it yet, or is it blocked by the 50 talent requirement? Oh, maybe it is. So, I mean, tomorrow we would get it. Damn, no yellows, bro. Will you see it pop up if you get a yellow? Yeah. We get 7 more points tomorrow? What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't have any, like... Here, I can try to fuck with it. Like, here, I'll reset to this node. Which should give me enough. Right, to go straight down? No, I don't have enough, actually. I'd have to also get rid of this one. Alright, this is just for science. Yep, you can't. Level 3 gems, too. Oh, shit. Oh, I think I'm missing gems maybe in a lot of my gear, because I replaced a lot of my gear since I gemmed everything. How can I see that? Every line I go to, it's dead. If someone finds a line, say it. $101. Slamming it. It's full, bro. Fuck. $69. I think people can invite you and it taxis you in even if full. Oh shit, get us in there. Get in our group. And then invite me. When do we actually get... So what does what drops... There's a new dungeon tomorrow, right? What does that dungeon drop? Charm and boots, so mainly we just need bracers. The Iron Fang farm continues for 2 more days after tomorrow. Sometimes it'd be like that. $20 of those bad boys. God damn. Even these taxis are full? Holy fuck. Did you swipe? Oh, yeah. Dude. Damn, are we really gonna only get the 1 kill? Look at all these people trying to get in, bro. Dude, the movement of this game is kind of cracked. I mean, while we're waiting, I can go back to town and replace my ring for my new one. Actually, wait, I gotta actually equip it first. It's the ring, right? Yeah, so my current ring is like rolled resilience break efficiency, and my new one rolled attack with like the same stats. The stats aren't amazing, but the purple stat was pretty good, so it's definitely a replace angle. We better roll. I don't want verse on that thing. Could roll something else actually. Like my weapon a little higher. Nah. Don't try to roll over 100 yet. Bro, I'll do whatever the fuck I want. You're... Alright. Alright, damn, no one found another one of those shards, huh? Guess I could do another dungeon. This time with damage meter. And then I think I have to leave. Max, do you need a guild? We have 19 spots open. It's a level 4 guild at the moment. It's not mine, but I can accept applications. Is level 4 guild good? Is that what you want? Like, this guild's level 3, so I think I'm in a... I mean, I literally just joined the very first guild that I saw. Just to, like, be in a guild. So, I guess I could, yeah. How do you fucking leave? Dork, do you need a guild? No, I don't want to report, dude. I want to leave. You're in some random one? Yeah, let's, Alright, I'm leaving. Alright, invite me. My name is Shark Shoes. Oh, I have to apply, okay. So you said 27610 is the guild number. W, applying. It has... I can do it in 43 seconds. Alright, Dorky, apply to this shit. Oh, and we're barking. Hey, buddy, come here. Hey, hi. 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 Yeah. Oh, dude. My camera's fucking frozen again. That's so good. I'm probably gonna leave after joining the guild though. And I'll just, I have a hockey game, so I'll be back on later. Hey, buddy. Alright, I'm in the guild. Oh my god. Okay, I will, oh. I will see you guys tomorrow. My fucking camera.